and Science College, Madras Christian College, Madras University, Manoன்மணியம் Sundaranaar University, Periyar College, PSC Arts and Science College, SRM Medical College, Tamil Nadu Dr. Ambedkar College, Tyagaraja College, Vivekananda College of Arts and Science, Bhaktavatsala Memorial College, Christ University, Guru Nanak Dev University, Institute of Mental Health. Thank you. I request our Principal, Dr. S. Balasubramaniam, and our Dean, Dr. Hemalata, to honor our chief guests. Thank you, dignitaries. Now, I request all our dignitaries to join hands together in revealing the front page of our book, The Interdisciplinary Approaches in Behavioral Science, and accept our token of love. Thank you, dignitaries. It's my honor to welcome our delegated resource person, retired Professor Dr. Vedagiri Ganeshan, PhD, Director of Global Institute of Behavioral Technology. He is a renowned behavioral technologist with a nearly quarter century of consultancy experience in offering solutions for various complex human problems for both individuals and organizations. He earned his doctorate in psychology from the University of Madras and had served in various capacities in state and central governmental services in India. He had been conferred with the Youth Scientist Award by the Indian Science Congress Association and several awards by the University Grants Commission. He has visited USA, UK, France, Germany, Malaysia and Singapore for knowledge sharing activities. He had guided many doctoral fellows at various Indian and foreign universities. It's a great honor having you here with us, sir. Without further ado, I invite Dr. Vedagiri Ganeshan to take this stage and share his valuable insights.
Esteemed Principal, of this reputed institute of Rathinam College of Arts and Science, Professor Subramaniam, and the Dean of Faculty of Arts, Professor Hamilton, and my dear colleague in the profession of psychology, Professor Behavourial, and the other faculty members from various departments, and also and my dear delegates who have come to participate in this two-day national workshop on interdisciplinary behavioral sciences. Introduction, he has already told the way that we are moving towards a kind of global community, and India is emerging as a leader in this approach. And beyond national territories, and that is why all of us, the citizens of India, have to feel that we are a global citizen. And when you feel like that as a behavioral scientist, the fields like psychology, economics, management, and so many other fields, it is an interdisciplinary approach which is required, which is advocated by UGC also for all the educational aspect as well as research degrees. They encourage interdisciplinary approach, combining. Earlier, it was only one subject, only economics, only management, only psychology, only biotechnology, as our principal, Professor Subramaniam, has indicated. He is a man from biology, and now it has become biotechnology. And when it reaches to the top, it becomes a neurobiology. Okay. So all the fields of medicine, whether it is neurology or psychiatry, okay, all of them are coming around to interact. Okay, this is a wonderful thing which is happening, and interdisciplinary approach is required. And one of the person, kind of multi-millionaire from Chennai, was talking to me yesterday, and he was telling, I am quite confused in decision making, and I do not know what to do, to choose A or B or C or D. So I told him, you make a decision based on what has been advocated in this great culture of India. And they have very clearly told one thing, that is follow the dharma. Whether it is nuclear medicine or whatever the field, engineering, technology, you follow the dharma. That is what India has contributed to the world. And the question comes, what is dharma? So that man was asking, he was an unmarried person, young man, and he is going to get married, and he is a son of a millionaire from Chennai. I know him very well. But the basic question is there because we have not been guided in our school system or college system. But I would say, don't blame the syllabus. Okay, don't blame the board of studies. Nobody asked you to stick on to the syllabus. You can study beyond the syllabus. Okay, and you are in a culture where the culture is readily available. Just try to imbibe the values in the particular culture. For example, in some of the developing countries like Japan, they are both Japanese and scientists. So you can be an Indian and also a scientist. And I told him how to clear it. First of the thing in Dharma is, don't hurt others. if you are hurting others, you should understand that you are hurting. But he asked, sir, how do I know that I am hurting? Because you are stepping on somebody's toes when you are in a crowd, like a bus or a train or wherever you are. And the person cries out, Arey Baba, you are stepping on my toes. But still you say, sorry, okay? But you should understand, the feedback comes to you. The feedback for your behavior comes to you, first of all, from your parents and from your school teachers, from friends, from relatives, and from college teachers. Then you should become aware that you are not on the right path. Correct your path, okay? You can correct your path, okay? Nobody can correct your path. And if you don't correct your path, what happens? You end up in mental asylum, or you end up in central prison. Not immediately, but later. Okay, this is the whole problem. So try to get a feedback of what is happening. Because of your behavior, you are responsible for your behavior. Okay, whether you are a social scientist or a biological scientist or engineer or whatever, you are responsible for your behavior, and you are hurting others or you are helping others. So first step is don't hurt others. Next step is start helping others. The question is, how do I help? People ask for help. Extend help to them. Okay. And Rotary International, of which I am a member and past president and a district officer now, and we have got our Rotary colleagues who are coming here, some 4 or 5 ladies who are both psychologists and Rotarians. And we are helping people throughout the world. Okay. So one of the things is, you can become a road tractor in case it is already there in this college, wonderful. Otherwise, I will request the principal and we can help to start a Rotary club in this college. Because many colleges are having Rotary clubs and later they become Rotarians. Okay, they start helping the world. So he was telling rules and regulations. You may be a judge or a professor or a policeman or a scientist. So if you follow the rule, okay, according to rule, this is the thing. Okay, there are 7 stages of moral development, and researched by one psychologist, Kohlberg. 7 stages. Stage 1, I go by the rule. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 7th, and what is known as a situational judgment. According to the situation, you have to judge. And everybody is judging, okay? The husband is judging, the wife is judging, the children are judging, the policeman or the judge or a professor, they are judging. So what is suggested is, don't go by the rule. Go by the situation. This is a very important thing. And at the final stage, the 7th stage, you are not answerable to anybody. You are, because your conscience says this is right and you have done it, and you are not responsible for answering anybody. That is the 7th stage, where the basic thing is rule. The final thing is no rule. Forget the rule. The persons are responsible, not the rule. The rule is important to help people, okay? But if the individual is there, the individual is more important. Okay. Then our Bharatiya, after which the Bharatiya University has come, and he says in one song, he says, Tani Varuvanakku Udavile Enil Jagattane Adithiduvom. But it is an exaggeration, you can think. But that means he says people should be fed with food. Okay? But what is happening in Somalia, people are dying of starvation. And a lot of food is there. and people are fighting everywhere, okay? And our Prime Minister has gone to get appeasement in Ukraine, okay? One of the things is try to bring peace. If you can bring peace in your families, among your friends, among your classmates, that's where you are now. For a 3-year program or a 2-year program, you don't be a cause of conflict. Avoid having a conflict. Try to resolve it. Okay? And in management form, it is conflict resolution. Okay? Which is a very important thing. And why the conflict comes? The root cause is ego. And if the ego is there, two things happen at the end. As I already said, you will end up in a prison at the end, or you will end up in the Kilpauk Medical College, Madras, from where our madam has come. Okay. Bagayam in Kerala. So many other places in Hyderabad, etc. When people are selfish, they end up. When people are selfish, try to commit suicide. Okay. So people who are committing suicide are having extreme egoism. Okay. So the central thing is psychology is spreading its wing to all the fields, including science and technology. And there is a book by Fred Luton's Organizational Behavior. Okay. I am handling a class for management students in the Behavourial School of Management, and I've been training managers in various public sectors and private sector organizations. So, one of the thing is innovation. Whatever is your field, whether it is psychology, economics, commerce, science and technology, what you can innovate, what we call as the creativity, okay? Your creativity is in your right brain, okay? And what about this brain? This is logic, a lot of information, okay? It is there. But if you are stuck with your left brain, you will not enjoy life. You need to imagine. But if you are always imagining, you will go crazy. So there should be a balance of rationality and also imagination. All the inventions come out of this brain. But it should be a controlled thing, controlled by the left and the right. Okay, people ask the question, who is creative? The basic thing is you must be productive. If you are not productive, that means you are going crazy. If you are thinking angles, microphotography, okay, like that. Take up any field and try to innovate and contribute, and people will recognize. Okay. In the area of management also, very simple things are left out, which are taken up by psychologists, and they are known as the behavior therapists or behavior technologists. Okay. One of the example is Madam has come from, Dean has come from commerce, and people are interested in making money. The basic question is how to make money. Everybody wants to make money. I don't think anybody in this crowd wants to say, I don't want to make money. And making money is for yourself and for others. It is others includes the family, and beyond the family, the community, okay, the country and the world, okay. So if you care for the world will care for you. But if you don't care for anybody, nobody will care for you, okay. In one of the behavioral experiments done in a western city, crowded area, maybe something like our town hall or Gandhipuram in Coimbatore, or any such place in Bangalore or Delhi or wherever, two hotels are functioning, and one hotel fellow is smart enough to consult a psychologist or a behavior specialist. And he goes and studies the hotel, and he goes and studies the competitive hotel also. Okay. And both are almost equal. The furniture, everything is okay, food quality is okay, it's all same. Okay. But there should be a difference, and this restaurant should earn more. For that, he is a consultant. And he has made behavioral prescriptions, like a medical prescription of tablets, injections and tonics or surgeries. A technique is prescribed, behavioral prescription. So he trains the people who are stewards in that restaurant A, okay? And he tells them, I want you to do 3 things. I want you to produce 3 behaviors, which are very simple. I want you to smile. 3 smiles. The first smile is when you compliment and receive the customer. Smile at the customers. Smile 1 is over. Smile 2 while taking the order. Okay. Smile 3 is while giving the bill. 3 smiles. They have been trained. I have been training one of the food companies in Coimbatore, and I have given such training, and the company has been benefited. So, and I have also checked whether it is happening. They are known as confederates. Okay. This person, consultant, sends somebody to check whether people are delivering 3 smiles. First smile, second smile, third smile. If somebody misses the second smile or the third smile, they are brought together and they are told you are missing the second or third smile. Okay. Then they started doing it. And more people started coming to this restaurant, spend more time, ate more, paid more, and the restaurant was benefited. You may think it's very simple, but somebody greeting is very important. When I went to northern part of India, in one hotel, somebody comes and serves you with such a love and affection. Same thing I see in one of the hotels here in Coimbatore. Very fond. Okay? Like when you go to a marriage hall, some relative comes and says, "Somethingla, poduma, emba konja sambar koda, vada innoru vada veduma, appalanga." Then you feel so happy that you have gone to the marriage. So it is a human touch, nothing but human touch. But that is what is missing. That's the whole problem. Okay? And in that case, can you develop such kind of hospitable behavior so that you become successful? First thing is, if you smile at somebody, you will get a smile back. If you don't smile at anybody, nobody need to smile at you. Then you say, nobody loves me. Okay? The first sign of love is smile, which is a very simple facial activity which you can do. Keep smiling, call people by name, and especially managers, they have to remember all the names of their employees and address them by name. Okay. Blanchard, the Harvard psychologist, he has written books like 1 Minute Manager. Go through them. Anybody can read, not necessarily from psychology. It can be from commerce, it can be from engineering, technology. He gives what are the basic aspects of behavior. Okay? So it becomes an interdisciplinary area. And psychology is being taught to engineering students, even when I was studying 50 years back in Annamala University. One of our teachers used to go and teach psychology to engineering students. But later what happened, the people felt We know engineering, we know psychology also, that's a whole problem. Psychology is different from engineering. Similarly, agriculture people. In agricultural extension, they had a position of a psychologist, assistant professor, up to professor. They have removed it. And they said, we know what is psychology, because we have studied, okay? But you have to involve experts. That's a very important thing, okay? You can't be an expert in everything, okay? It is better to interact, consult, okay? And that is why in PhD program, they have suggested there can be a co-guide. I have guided one of my psychology student, and he is a dentist, but he has studied MSc. And that man was working on an area of dentistry cum psychology. So we have adapted one co-guide. I was the guide, but the co-guide was a professor of dentistry from one of the Kerala universities. This is interaction. So always the guide should allow the candidate to learn from everywhere. Okay. And you should learn from everywhere. If you have got great books like Bhagavad Gita and Upanishads, or Bible, Old or New Testament, or Quran, everywhere good things are there. You learn from that and try to use it. Okay? So this is one of the basic things which I would like to suggest, and I would look for interaction in this group. My keynote address will not be a lecture program. Okay? Please come forward to raise some questions or doubts or whatever you want to ask. Please come forward. And the interaction should be between the delegates, not from teachers, because they are already knowledgeable. And students are still learning, so they may have some kind of queries. You can ask queries. Please come forward. Especially from backbenchers. Don't relax, don't go to sleep. Come on. You can ask any question. You can ask even a personal question. Something about me also you can ask. Or something about politics or films. Or what is happening in the world, anything you can ask. Basic thing is you should have the skill to ask a question. Otherwise you are making your brain to go to sleep. Question means your brain is waking up. Yes, please. Please give a hand mic to them, whoever wants to ask a question. The front benches, I have asked about back benches.
Sir,
Yes.
எதுக்கு சார் நீங்கள் ப்ரெசன்டேஷன் பண்ணுறீங்க?
எதுக்கு presentation பண்றேன்னா, I want to share my experiences with people who are still to be experiencing. I have got 77 years of experience.
நாங்கள் இந்த ப்ரெசன்டேஷன் வந்து எதுக்காக பண்ணுறோங்கிற அந்த எக்ஸ்ப்ளனேஷன் கொடுக்கணும்.
ஆமாம், அதான் சொல்லிட்டேன்.
நீங்கள் சார், நாங்கள் ப்ரெசன்டேஷன் பண்ணுறோம் சார், பேப்பர் பப்ளிகேஷன் பண்ணுறோம் சார்.
நீங்கள் பேப்பரை எதுக்கு ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ணுறீங்கன்னா, that means you have focused on something and you have found something, you wanted to share it. It's all sharing. Whether you share it or I share it, it is sharing. We have found something interesting, useful, you are sharing it. Okay, good. Front benchers are here. As I have told, see, whenever you go for a program, don't be just a listener. but become an interactor. Interact. Okay. Try to learn. Questioning means you are learning. Yeah.
சார் த்ரீ ஸ்மைல் வந்து இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ஃபேக்ட்ரியில் போய் சொன்னால் அந்த மாதிரி சொன்னீங்கல்ல சார், சைக்காலஜிஸ்ட்க்கு என்ன மாதிரி பிஹேவியர் அப்ரோச் வந்து கிளைண்ட்ஸ் கிட்ட ஃபஸ்ட்டு இருக்கணும்னு நீங்கள் நினைக்கிறீங்க?
How to move with the client. Okay, good. You are a student of psychology?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Please sit down. Yeah. One of the basic things for counseling or to be a successful psychologist is empathy. Put yourself in the shoes of others. That is empathy. You should feel how it feels to be a client who is suffering, okay, or who is in conflict. So if you do that, you can solve the problems. Empathy is the basic requirement in counseling, not only in counseling, in any situation. For example, I ran a program for one of the companies in Coimbatore who deal with customers, and I trained the staff following a technique like this. They were selling sweet meat. Okay, you can easily identify the company. I don't want to name the company. So I told the salespeople, I made them to stand in a queue and say 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. All ones on this side, all twos on this side. All the ones, I have made them to become a salesperson. All the twos are customers. So all the group is belonging to the salesperson group. So I told this number one group, you are the salesperson, try to behave as if you are a very bad salesperson. Okay? Suppose a customer comes and says, I want this. Sir, wait for me, sir. Why are you irritating? Why don't you wait? Show some anger, irritation, shout at them, show disrespect. And they found it difficult to do that because it is against human nature. To love and care is natural, but to be rude is difficult. I asked them to do like that, and they were doing. And after some time, I asked the other group who are the customers. They felt sad. We have come to a company to buy something, buy a product, but these people are shouting at us. What is it? They were feeling. Then I changed the group. Now this group becomes the salespeople, that group becomes the customer. And this person, they started shouting and hurting. And the people who were shouting, they were very happy to shout. But when they become customers, they became helpless. Now this is what I call as the game of empathy. The training comes, what you call as a cognitive behavior therapy, etc., technically speaking. But they felt that I have been hurting like this and I should not hurt. The whole group learned how not to hurt, how to be friendly, how to be helping. Okay. Then I gave the exercise, be friendly, kind, like that. Okay. They started doing. Okay. So I rarely go and check on the sales points also. They could recognize and they are so friendly, they are so happy. Okay. The management appreciated. Okay. I was paid the consultation fee. It's very important. See, when you have an expertise and it is useful if you give it to somebody, okay, it becomes a business and they pay you and they are benefited and you are paid for it. And who is a consultant? A consultant is one who recommends which is obvious. எல்லாம் தெரிஞ்சதை திருப்பி சொல்றவன் தான் கன்சல்டன்ட். அப்போ காமன் சென்ஸ் இஸ் லேக்கிங். அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட்? காமன் சென்ஸ் இஸ் லேக்கிங். They have missed the common sense somewhere. They have become mechanical. They have become like robo. Okay. Elon Musk is creating a robo salesperson which is capable of kissing him, and he is kissing the robo also. It is on the internet. Okay. But it is mechanical. So people should not be mechanical. They should be loving and caring and sympathetic. This is the central aspect. Is it happening in a company or industry or business or even in a scientific lab? Or is it happening between the guide and the research student? Because as I know, as a researcher, there are some guides who are ill-treating the students, and you would have heard about it in the press, okay? So what is required is, I was a member of the syndicate also in Bharatiya University. So if a teacher is doing like that, the syndicate will pull them up, the vice chancellor will pull them up, okay? So that kind of thing, justice is to be catered. The central thing is justice. Whatever position you are, you will be made to make a judgment, okay? Even as a student, as a hosteler or day scholar, okay? So you should use the sense of judgment and be sympathetic and become humanitarian. Okay. Next, please.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
We are freshers. We have just started studying psychology, and you have 77 years of experience. And if there is advice you want to give us, what would it be?
Please sit down. Yeah. I have already indicated, don't hurt others, help others. This is very simple. And see whether you are happy. So, one of the things which I would say, not only for freshers, for anybody, suppose I am standing here as Ganesan, okay, and I am speaking, okay, or I may be doing something, whatever. There should be another head of Ganeshan popping up above the head. This Ganeshan is speaking, or scolding, or shouting, or throwing things. If that Ganeshan comes, that becomes an observer Ganeshan. Then, if I do not know, I will be going on boring, because I don't hear what I speak. But if the observer comes, the observer will say, hey, you are speaking, you are boring, okay, you are a torture, okay, like that. And the third Ganeshan comes, who is a manager. First Ganeshan is actor, second Ganeshan is observer, third Ganeshan is the manager. So the manager manages the self. This is a very important thing. And you can decide whether you are doing the right or wrong. Others know, the parents know, the teachers know, the friends know, you are doing some nonsense. But you are not aware. As far as you are not aware, you will never change. Okay. So one of the things is, you be your observer and you be your judge and controller. You have to control. If somebody is using abusive words, they do not know they are using abusive words. And they may say, my father was doing, my grandparents were doing, I am doing. Okay. I am in a culture where everybody is talking nonsense. I will also talk nonsense. But don't go by what others have done, but see. Okay. When you see, you become a judge. The third head is judge or the manager. And the manager will control. Hey Baba, you are boring too much, talking too much. Look at the watch, cut off. Okay. Like that. Otherwise they have to come and give me a slip and say, sir, please finish. Okay. So I should often look at the watch and say whether I am crossing my time limit. So you are the controller, you are the actor, you are the observer, you are the manager, or the whatever. You are the self-correction is very important, otherwise others have to correct. Otherwise the principal will correct you by suspending you or dismissing you. Okay? And 3 years you cannot write the exam. But in case you are copying, etc., that is a university rule. Then you should not blame the principal. You should not blame the policeman or the judge in the court or your parents. Be your own judge. That's it. Next.
So, as you mentioned, you have years of experience, right? So, how was psychology field when you entered, and how is it taken at development stage now?
Tremendous development, because I see so many of you are studying psychology here and elsewhere in Coimbatore and elsewhere throughout the country, because people have become sensitive to know about the human mind. Okay, when I studied way back, half a century back, we were only 7 people. Before me, my seniors, only 4 people. And in Salem University, there were only 1 faculty, there were 4 and 1 student and 4 faculty, because I was in the selection committee for that university, Behavourial University. But Professor Kadiravan consulted me. Now the department is overflowing. Then I am telling Professor Kadiravan, ask for a new department because UGC is interested. And Bharatiya, because of our efforts, they have got a separate building. Okay, so that is possible. So whatever we can do for the future generation is very important. It is not only for us, we have to do something for the future generation. Okay. And we are already doing it. Okay. I have increased the number of intake to Bharatiya University PG, just doubled it by 1 signature. Okay. So wherever you can help people, help. You may be in a power to help. In that way, help. That's what I would say. Yes, please.
Sir, I am from Basmati. Sir, the 12th studies complete பண்ணதுக்கப்புறம் அந்த ஒரு கோர்ஸ் செலெக்ஷன்ற ஒரு ஸ்டேஜ் வரப்போ கோர்ஸ் செலெக்ஷன்ற ஸ்டேஜ் வரப்போ வீட்டில் ரிலேட்டிவ்ஸ் அவங்களாம் வந்து அவங்களுக்கு பிடிச்ச கோர்ஸ் தான் சார் சொல்கிறாங்க. இப்போ சைக்காலஜின்ற கோர்ஸ் நான் வீட்டில் எடுத்துகிட்டு போய் வைக்கும்போது அதுக்கு வந்து அவங்க நிறைய அப்போசிஷன் பண்ணாங்க. அந்த ஸ்ட்ரகிள்ஸ்லாம் தாண்டி வரது அவங்களுக்கு எதாவது அட்வைஸ் பண்ணுவாங்க.
Okay, okay. இப்போ somebody calls in love, அப்பா அம்மா சொன்னா கேட்பீங்களா? கேட்க மாட்டீங்கல்ல? அதே தான், if you love something, அதுலேயே உயர விடுங்க. அது காதலில் உயர விடுற மாதிரி உங்களுக்கு சப்ஜெக்ட்லேயும் காதல் வரணும். ஓகே, இது வந்து காதல் வர்றது பயாலஜிக்கல், அது ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்காக வரும் பர்டிகுலர் ஏஜில். பட் சப்ஜெக்டில் வர்றது பிகாஸ் மெச்சூரிட்டி. ஐ வில் நாட் லீவ் திஸ் சப்ஜெக்ட்னு இறங்கணும். இறங்கிட்டு யூ ஹேவ் டு கான்ட்ரிபியூட். இட் மே டேக் டைம், பட் யூ வில் கான்ட்ரிபியூட். ஓகே, வாட் எவர் யூ டூ, யூ வில் கான்ட்ரிபியூட். Because your brain is so smart. It is not Einstein's brain. Okay, there are so many brains. Your brain is equally competent. But so you should have a faith in your brain and faith in nature and God. Then energy will flow through your brain and you can achieve whatever you want. Because you are not doing it. Okay, the universe is doing it for you. Okay, yes please. Somebody else?
So, good morning, sir.
Yeah, please, please.
Yes. So, what is the importance of UGC nets?
Importance?
UGC UGC commissions, net exam. We have our net exam.
Yeah, yeah,
For qualification for professor.
yeah.
What's the importance from your perspective?
You see, please sit down. You see, you are asking about examination. Okay. Examination is very, very important. If you go to a restaurant and ask for a plate of idli and vada or puri and chapati, if it is not good, you will not take it. So central thing is quality. The quality control is very important in industry and also in life. In education also, quality is important. Okay. For that only, tests are there, followed by interviews. Okay. There may be people selected by test, but after that experts will sit and finalize the final list. That is the interview. Okay. So they are the gatekeepers. The interview experts are gatekeepers. They will select a person who will fit into the job. That is it. So the system is already taken care of. We should not feel the system is against the individual. Okay. So you should trust the system, and then if you don't get through one time, you may get through another time, or you are made for something else. Okay. Nature always rewards you, not immediately. reward you later. That is a very important thing. I have changed 5 jobs, and from the 5th job I retired. I have faced interviews. I was an expert in the committees also. Supposing I ask you a question, who is the best management student from 11 colleges in and around Coimbatore, okay? And I was made to give a stress interview. So what is this stress interview? 2 girls got selected finally. Went through so many test examination. 2 girls got selected, out of which we have to select one, because the prize is for the best management student. And I was the person to do the judgment. So I asked a question which is known as a critical incidence technique in psychology and testing. Okay, it's an interview technique. So I asked, each girl will be called separately. Girl 1 first, then girl 2. They will not know what question is asked, what answer was given. So I asked one girl, you go for an interview, and the person who is interviewing is the owner of the industry. He is the chairman, and he is a young man, a smart guy, okay, lot of money and knowledge. And he says, if I ask you to marry me, what will be your response? This is the question. It's an imaginary situation. Then that girl said, no sir, I have come for an interview. You give me the job, otherwise I go. This is the response of one girl. I called the other girl. This was viewed by audience like you when I was interviewing. The other girl came, the same situation I explained. If he wants to take your hand, the person who is the interviewer, who is the boss of the company, she said, please talk to my parents. Whom is the best management student? Please tell. Number 1 or number 2? Why? Because the first management student is aroused, is expecting a job to be selected. But when a question comes, she's shocked. Out of shock, she says, no. Her BP has gone up. The other girl is cool and collected. And she doesn't want, see, she wanted to become an employee, okay, executive, etc., okay. But then she will become the owner of the company. So she's able to control her thinking, cool, and then said, please consult my parents. That is the way, the culture is involved. It's not a love marriage, okay, in that particular culture. And she was awarded the best award. What is important is you should be cool when you make your decisions. When you are angry, when you are afraid, don't make a decision. After you cool down, take a decision. The question is how to cool down. Go, if you are perturbed, angry, irritated, depressed, go and have a head bath. Because your skin temperature goes up when you are physiologically aroused, psychophysiologically aroused. If you go and have a head bath, your anger will come down, your anxiety will come down. Then you become cool, okay? Because it's your brain and the heart and the whole body is with arousal, psychophysiological arousal. Take a bath, or take more and more water to the level of satiation. You can't take any more water, okay? Some more water, some more water, some more water. Now the anxiety is in your blood, okay? The arousal is in your blood due to the endocrinal secretions, okay? So many names are there, I am not telling. So anxiety is in your blood. If you take more water, it gets diluted, you cool down, okay? Third thing is, slowly breathe out. You may not give the answer immediately. Take some time. Okay, even that girl, the first girl, what she could do is breathe out through the mouth, inhale through the nose, take little time. Okay, then brain gets more oxygen then she could have said, I will consult my parents. She would have got selected. Not that it's a real happening, it's only imaginary. Okay. In such situations, people ask, put you into difficulties. Stress interview is one of the things which is happening to IAS officers. You can see in the net, okay, in WhatsApp. They are asked difficult questions and they see whether you can withstand your tension, arousal, either fear or withdrawal or depression or aggression. Okay, senior officers are sitting there asking. Okay. And of course, I have been asked such questions also as a candidate, as people like you, okay. Experts have put me to stress. I was cool, I gave the answer and got selected. Okay. One of the things is being cool. How to be cool is slowly breathe out and slowly breathe in. Okay, that's what I would recommend. Next. Yes, please.
Sir, you had these many years of experience, it's really good to hear. And what I personally felt is before choosing psychology, what it was in my head was different after choosing psychology. So, like a lot of people, there is a lot of opposition for choosing psychology from my parents or like from my relatives or because of the culture or something, because they aren't aware of it. So if a person wants to choose engineering, they know what to do, what to choose for your grade, learn or 12, you know what group to be chosen. Or for medicine, you know, there are a lot of fields where you are very well aware of what you should choose in your 11th and 12th to do psychology. But there was a time like during my grade, I didn't know, okay, you should choose, are you supposed to choose commerce or are you supposed to choose bio or you don't want anything for that. But now I feel like I should have known coding to do psychology because of doing neuropsychology, you want coding. And like to do organizational behavior, you want commerce. And like it's an interdisciplinary approach. So what do you suggest to put in school so that we'll be very well informed about psychology, what psychology actually is and what it is?
You are a student of psychology or what?
Psychology, sir.
Okay, okay. No, for your information, it is already there in +2. Psychology option is there in some schools, okay. Anyway, psychology is reaching down.
CBSE, sir.
It is reaching, okay. Anyway, as I initially told, don't go by the syllabus, read outside the syllabus. You should know what is biotechnology, what is psychology, what is whatever outside your subject, whatever be the, even you are a psychologist, try to learn outside your subject. There are so many opportunities. Another thing I will tell you, the nature guides you to reach somewhere. This is a very important thing. Nature knows where you should reach. Okay? That may come now or later. In many people's case it is happening. Because you see people. Okay. My doctoral student is a BDS person with MSc and psychology, and he has started an association of interventional psychologists. Okay. Like that. So people are guided by nature. So you believe in nature and wait, don't be in a hurry. You may take something, later you can change. There are engineers, okay. I've got one of my Shishya is from Trishur. He's an electronic engineer and now he is propagating psychology throughout the country. Okay. Initially he entered electronics, okay, and MSc correspondence, not regular. But now he is advocating throughout the country.
Sir, and one more thing, you're more into behavior designing, I guess, like into these kind of organization behaviors.
Yeah.
So, like, were you interested in the same thing since your college days, or like from your UG itself, or something like that?
No, actually things come up later. See, when we studied, psychology was growing. I was growing with psychology. Okay. So it is all out of syllabus learning. That's why I said the secret of professional success is out of syllabus learning. Okay. Okay, like extracurricular activities. Outside the syllabus you think. Learn many things which are happening. The central thing is how to modify human behavior, thinking, feeling, etc. It comes from so many areas. Okay. So if you think this is the syllabus, this is the probable question, this is the answer, this is my grade, leave it. Okay, I was a gold medalist in my degree, but I was not thinking that I have learned everything there. So I thought I have much to learn. Okay. Every moment you learn. You learn from people, from books, from interactions, like that. Okay. And as please you know, Dattatreya is from Karnataka, and he was supposed to be the combination of Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva. And he was asked a question, who was your guru? He said, everybody thought there is one, please pop up and I will wind up. Time over. Okay, if there are no further queries, then I'll be happy to wind it up. I am thankful to the management of this institution, your teachers, your principal, and each and every one of you for having opportunity. I really enjoyed being here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful remarks and valuable words. And thanks for patiently clarifying all our doubts. Your presence here today is an absolute honor and privilege. Thank you, sir. Out. You can kindly take your refreshments and come back.
all after the break? What did you have in the break? Yeah, something? Vada? Sweets? No, it's not. It's not motivating you all to talk about eatables. What did you have? Same thing? Vada? And then that creamy sweet. No? Okay, okay, doesn't. So something that is refreshing you all for the next session. So before I go, let me congratulate the organizing committee. First, the chief patrons, that is Dr. Sendil, Mrs. Sendil, and then Dr. Manikam, chief patrons, and we have Principal Dr. S. Balasubramanian, and Dr. Suresh, Dr. Sabrish, Dr. Hemalata, and not to miss a convener, that is Sita Lakshmi, head of the Department of Psychology, and other coordinators who have organized this particular national conference with a very good themes and sub-themes. And I wish you all, the delegates, that you will carry the knowledge, whatever these 2 days you have gained, to the well-being of human beings, okay? So, thanks for organizing this particular conference, which is the need of the hour, called as multidisciplinary approaches in behavioral sciences. First of all, what is behavioral sciences? We would like to know. And it is humanly impossible to bring all the disciplines under the behavioral sciences. That is, the disciplines which I have brought in are we work with them day to day. So, how we should gel with them, and what is our interpersonal relationship, how we have to really take in their particular principles or suggestions are very, very important in the holistic effectiveness of the client. So that is what we are going to talk today about it. So welcome delegates to this presentation exploring the power of multidisciplinary approaches in behavioral sciences. We'll dwell into the essence of the field, examine its various branches and uncover how collaboration across disciplines can lead to groundbreaking advancements. So we all know what is multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary and all. For example, if a child comes with a problem of, say, not studying, poor scholastic abilities, or having the same child throwing behavioral issues, the same child having some stammering or stuttering problem. So who all would we include? Just from common sense. Just from common sense, whom all will we include in rehabilitating the particular child? Yeah? Come forward. So let's think about what is multidisciplinary. Here we have a child of 7 years old who is showing some emotional difficulties, the scholastic backwardness, having stuttering, and also behavioral issues. So who are the professionals that we would include? I'm asking you all a question. Let it be right or wrong. Make an attempt. So if you tell it's right, you will remember. If you tell wrong, still you will remember. Why? Because the right answer was appreciated and reinforced, and the wrong answer was given the right answer, which will enter into your brain. Right? So start. Just guesses. Teacher, very good. Parents, very good.
Child psychologist.
Child psychologist, very good.
Behavioral therapist.
Oh?
Behavioral therapist.
Bit louder. See, I'm 66 years old. 66 years young, sorry. Not old, 66 years young. So you'll have to consider, you'll have all studied developmental psychology and geriatric group. So what are the physical and psychological changes you all know very well. So cater those needs to me now. Okay, what was the last answer?
Ma'am, behavioral therapist.
Behavioral therapist, okay. Right, very good. Then
Somebody said speech therapist also from here.
a speech therapist, who said?
Somebody who
Wow, wonderful. Yeah, speech therapist. For stuttering, right? Yeah. And then, have you heard about educational psychologist? Yeah, then we'll include that also. Huh? Okay. It's nice that we have a larger number so that our work, gets distributed. Isn't it? So we also can feel relaxed. Next. Okay, this is what, we take the suggestion from all these people. In multidisciplinary, what happens? The speech therapist will come and assist the speech where exactly the stuttering takes place, which sound is getting the child is having difficulty. They will make a proper assessment in various situations and they will do a diagnosis. Sir, is a problem for that particular child. Or some sounds what the child, along with consonants and vowels and all, when the child pronounces, it has some difficulty. So they will do a diagnosis and keep it. Similarly, a child psychologist will come. They will see the behavior, assess the intelligence of the child, in which areas is he finding difficulty, all these things they will see. What subjects he likes, what subjects he dislikes. All these things are very much necessary so that we can use the high frequency behavior or high reinforcing behavior as reinforcement to increase the low frequency behavior. That's called the Primax principle. We know that we are doing it. So, for example, a child likes roaming in the corridor or watering the plants and all, but he doesn't like maths. If he does maths, say a few sums correctly, then we'll give him go water the plant or go roam, have a walk and come back. So that is what is Primax principle. Using high frequency behavior as a reinforcement for a low frequency behavior. So then we said parents. Parents are very important because they are going to take over the recommendations or the homework and all and make the teacher. So we have to take the parents into our concern. They will be a co-therapist in future. So gauge them, what exactly happens to them. We have been as parents. We know that we become very anxious if the child doesn't learn in spite of teaching so well. That is the concern of the parent. So what happens? So we have to say in the parent how to teach in a joyful way. Now the most important thing is joyful education, joyful learning. Make the child play or teach tables while skipping or while cycling and all that. Okay, so make it more joyful, whichever way the child feels joyful. So that is how we have to teach the parents. First they should cool down. I know, even I had been as a parent, I had anxiety, I had problems with my child, only for education. Rest of the thing, we are wonderful friends. Wonderful friends, while sporting or while going out for a picnic and all that, they'll do very well. Sometimes when it comes to education, they will not concentrate with parents because the parent cannot be a strict teacher also because it is that is how nature works. So we try to tell our cousins to just reinforce. Please create interest. Later on, I'll take it up and all. So we have to tell the parents to be little patient, to ask help from your sisters or brothers just for some time, and later on you take over. Once the child understands how to learn and where exactly he is doing mistakes and all. So this is how we have to convince all these people and then tell the strategy. The child psychologist will give a strategy. How we could do paced learning. Paced learning is how we have to give gaps in between and then teach a particular subject. Like that they will give some suggestion. We have to take that. The mother has to incorporate that. And also the exercises given by the speech therapist. And also by the other therapists, by educational psychologists also know how is learning taking place in that. Ask the mother to understand what is learning, what is reinforcement and all. Whenever he does a good behavior, within a second she has to reinforce. Like that some techniques are being taught to her through a span of time, not overnight. You cannot see changes overnight. It will take a nice regime for them to follow and then only after 3 months, for any behavior to change, it will take 3 months. Be it thumb sucking or be it irritability or throwing stones or some thumb sucking, anything. You should wait for 3 months and then see the changes. Slowly you can see the frequency of changes occurring. So this is nothing but a basic principle of multidisciplinary, wherein we pull in quite many disciplines and understand each other, what they tell. They individually work. They individually work and go. Like the speech therapist or the physiotherapist or the occupational therapist in writing and all that is very important. Like that, we have to first learn to appreciate and then also to understand and also respect the advice of each other. And it's not only just superficial, with our heart and soul, we have to believe in them, and then you can see changes. So this is what we are going to learn about the challenges and how collaboration across different disciplines can take place, positive changes. What is behavior sciences? What are behavior sciences? First is understanding human behavior encompasses wide range of disciplines that study the behavior of individuals, group and society. So here we have what is called as, we learn the individual, how he is learning, what is his personality, his emotions, his thinking and overall personality as such. And when we talk about groups, we are talking about the group behavior, the mob behavior, the society, all comes under the sociology and social work. So different disciplines, where how people react to the particular situation. So I say suddenly there is a fire in some place. So what people do? Some people sit and stare. If some people who are activists throw water or sand to stop the thing, and some people will see that they will ask the mob to go far away. Supposing if it burns, what will happen? So these are all various people think in various ways and react to it, and some are just shocked, or some are not able to think, or rather they are shocked and they are not able to do anything in action. So these are all studying these behavior is what is called as sociology or social work. Yeah, it is also applying science principles, that is scientific methods to investigate and to also have the biological, psychological and social, cultural factors that shape human behavior. So we all know when we are stressed, there is a lot of physiological changes, isn't it? Our sympathetic and parasympathetic starts working. Say suddenly there is a snake over here. Either we should have either two responses. One is fight or flight. Okay. When you have to do either of them, both of their parasympathetic, that is your physiological system, will enable you to do it. So if you have to fight, all your energy is directed towards the shoulder so that you can pounce on it and do it. Or you have to run away from that situation. Flight means, so all your energy, all your ecosystem of your body system will be geared towards your limbs, lower limb, wherein you run as fast as possible. It could be an athletic, you may not be an athletic, but at that spur of moment, you will run so far to escape your life. Your life is a danger, isn't it? So you have to run, you will run. So that is how the physiological system works. And your brain gives the direction. Your hypothalamus, your lobes, all these things will direct you to do that particular thing. The motor area, that is which is in the frontal lobe, area 1, 2, 3, will make you very strong to run as fast as a bird. So similarly, your hypothalamus related to emotion, you are in danger, in great danger. So you will gain all the energy that is required some amount to escape from that particular situation. This is how your physiology will work. And later this will, after running to a safe place, everything, all your biosystems come to normal. Sympathetic, parasympathetic, all will be balanced and you will get back your equilibrium. That's all. So I have brought in some of the disciplines that we work today as multidisciplinary. One is anthropology, behavioral economics, cognitive psychology, consumer behavior, social psychology, medicine, all these things, rehabilitation sciences, all this we work. So the power of integration is the actual key for this multidisciplinary approach. So we integrate with all the disciplines, be it nursing, be it physiotherapist, occupational therapist, or be it a medical oncologist, or be it a psychologist with with the caregivers. All this thing is a integration approach that is the key for multidisciplinary approach. So while doing this multidisciplinary approach, we have rich understanding, we get effective solutions, and we also have innovative researches. Integrating diverse discipline creates a more comprehensive and enhanced understanding of human behavior. By combining insight from psychology, sociology, anthropology, and other fields, we gain a broader perspective on individual and collective action. Effective solutions, a multidisciplinary approach enables the development of more effective solutions to complex behavioral challenges. By drawing upon expertise of different disciplines, we can create interventions tailored to specific needs of the content. So just as I cited a case of a child who had scholastic backwardness or emotional questions, methodologies, and discover that advance our understanding of human being. So towards the end, I will cite a case wherein a medical oncologist, how various other disciplines helps in arriving at a diagnosis and also giving what sort of interventions and all that. So we will know how the research, which is a research on oncology patient, that has, which multidisciplinary has enabled them for a diagnosis, assessment, and interventions. Toward the end, I will show it. Then the branches of behavioral sciences have, of course, the psychology. There are no other than psychology. East or west, north or south, psychology is the best. I hope only psychologists are there. With much regard to others. Okay, I do respect others, but definitely it's one of the best. I will not say the best, it is one of the best. So that is, other disciplines is also best. So we have to come to a conclusion. Sociology, the study of society, social, just now I told about mob, social interactions and social structures. Anthropology is dealing about the cultural factors and the race and all that. So why blacks are called as, certain things and all that. There's a lot of emotional difficulties among the blacks when they're dealing with the whites and all that. So these are all cultural issues. So we have also had a lot of cultural issues in our earlier ages. Like there was sati. You know what is sati? Yeah. So we don't follow now sati. As there is science advancement and all that, these cultural factors changes and new cultural challenges also come. Sir was talking, our principal sir was talking that like rural people coming to urban and all that. So even we face culture shock. Supposing when we have to go to Western countries and all, the culture of theirs and the way they behave and all that. Initially we have what is called a culture shock. So as we go on with them, start interacting with them, this particular culture shock just diminishes and also disappears. So that like that, the cultural factor does influence our behavior, our personality, and we have to take the positive ones and leave the negative ones, influences. Cognitive psychology is very important today. Study of internal mental process of all the working brain, that is the working brain, perception, thinking, memory, attention, language, problem solving skills, and learning. So cognitive psychology, we learn all these particular theories, particular topics in detail along with the latest theories. Okay, so that is about the field of cognition. These all are important when we are dealing with patients, be it an adult neurologically affected patient, say a stroke. It is necessary that neurocognitive science is very important to assess the dysfunctional brain as well as the functional brain. So that what are the areas of dysfunctional brain, we start giving cognitive retraining or neuropsychological interventions, isn't it? So that is what these basic theories are all important. I feel that even parents should know at least topics like learning and intelligence and then individual differences, personality, just basic topics, at least to basic concept. I think, this particular department can develop a particular elective course for parents, on these things so that they can handle the children better. And you choose parents who are not going to work. Because based upon this, they say we are psychologists. This is what happens nowadays, They'll take a small training of somewhere of neuropsychology and say we are neuropsychologists. Some way they will take about focus schema solution therapy, and we say we are behavioral therapists. So this is a problem. Even if we have to launch such program for enabling the citizens, this is the problem that we face between professionals. So cognitive science is also one of the discipline, interdisciplinary approach. And to bring some more branches of behavioral sciences, tapestry of experience in expertise in the field of, say, behavioral sciences are neurocognitive science. Just I was telling about the neuropsychologist. That is, the main aim is, like cognitive psychology, they also assess learning, memory, emotions, personality, functioning of the brain. When we say functioning of the brain, all the four lobes. You know, we have all the four lobes. All the frontal lobe, parietal lobe, temporal lobe, and occipital lobe. These four lobes manage the entire higher mental function, which is present, the frontal lobe, which is present only in human beings. That is the ability to think, to bring solution problem for the problems, and then personality, emotional intelligence. All these are the functions of the frontal lobe. So that is why we are slightly different from the our ancestors. So neurocognitive science, as I said, is essentially assessment of the cognitive, neurocognitive functions, and also therapeutic interventions like neurofeedback, brain tapping, and all is being done to see which areas of the brain are functional in a particular brain injured person when we assess. And you all know about the field of social work, right? How many of you all know about social work? Yeah, I can see many of the hands. Okay, good, very good. Social work also deals with what, about behavior in a society, in a mob, and also doing case studies, family interventions, and then knowing about laws also, because you have to tell about certain laws to them, to the patient. For example, when you talk about to a parent who is having a child with disability, it's necessary that you talk about the PWD Act or the RPWD Act, so that they will know where to get the certificate, where to get the all the facilities and all that. Similarly, you have POSCO Act. POSCO Act is child abuse. So below 18, where to go, how to give intervention, where to first register the complaint and all that. So this all is very much necessary, wherein they can train the parents or the victims. We have the pediatric and geriatric group. We deal with them also. Pediatric is the neonatology, or the children who are having certain disabilities or certain lacunas. And nowadays, coming up in the forefront is the DSD, called as differential sexual deformity. So these children are normal in all of the ways except for the sexual functioning. So I had a girl of 13 years named Akshaya, who is biologically a female but doesn't have the puberty or the ovaries and all that. And she prefers to be a girl. But she looks, both genders mixed. So what would be the psychological impact, you think? See, the self-esteem, the self-identity, all these things will hamper that particular child development. And she's 13 years old. And then we had to give a lot of counseling there, and still she's coming to counseling. So what are we doing here as psychologists? We are trying to tap the interest of the child. She is very much interested in athletics. And her body also suits to that, and we encourage that, so that her mind will be diverted into that and not into the negative sort. Many children think about suicide or running away from home and all that. So in order to protect the child to live with a family and to live with dignity, so we have to see what are the alternatives wherein she can get honors in that particular field. So she is interested in athletics. So we are encouraging in athletics to contact the sports teacher over there in the particular school and give encouragement to this student in sports and all that. So this is what is called as a multidisciplinary approach. We have seen that we are trying to catch the hold of the teacher through social worker. We are trying to talk to the sports teacher and encourage the sports skills, and to give her a lot of motivation and training, extra attention in that, so that the child feels honored in that. So this way we can restore the child. I feel we can see whatever we are, each one of us are doing is only on a trial basis. So if these trials work out successfully, then it can be taken in a larger number. Then afterwards, publish in journals so that it becomes a research facts. So we have the pediatrics and the geriatric care. Both need special training, care and all that, and lot of interventions, lot of care, nutrition, and they are all, especially the pediatrics have critical area, critical period where a lot of enthusiasm or a lot of training have to be given to them, and parents also should identify that and all that. So similarly, geriatric care, we talk about urban Elizabeth Warlock empty nest syndrome, isn't it, in geriatric age? But do that concept really occur? We have to test that. You know, nowadays geriatric persons are very, very active. We have seen many senior living homes having a lot of programs with them and all. So the concepts are changing. And similarly, when they have any psychological factors or any health issues, interventions are being provided by the concern. Clinical nutrition, nursing, healthcare, psychology, organizational behavior, medicine in fact, not only oncology, medicine, that's what I'm saying, no? In an institute like Sri Ramchandra Medical College, we have various disciplines where our students are posted from UG level to MPhil level, so that they will work into the depth of that particular area which they are interested. Say a person is interested in oncology. So what are the physical changes, psychological changes, cognitive changes, all these are being assessed, and constant counseling is being given to them. So like that, you know, we interact with the other disciplines like in oncology you have 3 disciplines: medical oncologist, then other surgical oncologist, and imaging oncologist, that is radiologist and all that. So they interact and learn to study the report. This is how our knowledge can be enhanced. Say a person who is dwelling into as a psycho-oncologist, so she or he will be interested in knowing most of the medical terms or medical investigations, understanding those reports, counseling their parents, because doctors don't have that much time to spend with the patient. So it is a clinical psychologist or psychologist who are working in that particular field will upgrade his knowledge and cater knowledge to the patient. You know, what are the symptoms, what are the investigations required, how frequently it should be done, and all these things. Okay, nursing is another thing wherein it's very important. They also need to have a mental well-being, because they are constantly with the patient and all that, providing holistic health care, addressing both physical and mental health needs. This involves understanding the patient behavior and providing support. And organizational behavior. Organizational behavior, we talk about industrial behavior, isn't it? Industrial psychology, wherein we talk about there are a lot of absenteeism in a particular organization. Why? We have to see why. And if you see, it will be more of alcoholism. Because of alcohol intake, they don't come to work. There's a lot of absenteeism. And when there is frequent absenteeism, the production fails, or the quality of the product fails. So these all are the causes wherein it has to be addressed. We are also visiting the organization called Severin Group of Industries, wherein they make the motor parts for the vehicles and all that. Okay, so they have a MOU with us to send our clinical psychologists to visit their organization. With your son or a daughter, or with any other colleague and all. This all can be resolved, and you will be free, and you will have a good understanding that are the essentials for working in a particular organization. So if you have good interpersonal skills and good good managers to promote your product and all that. You can work with the best of the knowledge and yield a good quality. So we visit there for organizational behavior, and medical we have oncology, dermatology, and then KCD, all these medical conditions and all that. And forensic sciences is a new upcoming field wherein psychologists deal with criminals. We don't see criminals. We say juvenile. We don't use juvenile also. We say children who are in conflict with law, who are in conflict. See, we are trying to be sophisticated and show human dignity, show human approach by addressing them. Even earlier, when you see in the early century, they would say people, blind or deaf or lame, like that. Now, these terms are not to be used. If you use, you will be sued to the courts. So they are giving dignity. Persons with
Special ability.
walking or writing difficulty, persons who are in conflict with law. We don't use juveniles, juvenile delinquents. We use children who are in conflict with law, who are below 18 years, children who commit antisocial activities like theft, rape, all these things. So forensic psychology applies scientific principles to legal matters, including criminal investigation and criminal justice. So we need to understand the people who are in conflict with law and understand them. So in law, we collaborate with legal professionals. It is essential to apply psychological insight to legal proceedings, including criminal profiling, jury selection, and risk assessment. So we train the advocates in understanding the law and in dealing with such children. Most of them don't know how to approach the children. They use all these slang words and dehumanizing words and all that. So that is we have to take care as psychologists. And I also talked about neuroscience earlier. So psychology, applied psychology is also useful in terms of education, health, organization, and all that. Equivalent to psychologists or clinical psychologists, we need a large masses of such profession to cater to the various needs across the world. So all these particular educational psychologists are the one who collaborate with educators, with teachers, parents regarding the educational issues. What is the pace of learning, what problems he has, and how to deal with them. So immediate strategies are being provided. Say a child has got learning disabilities, he is not able to understand maths. So we start with the basic things, which is large, which is more, number missing. All the worksheets are there where we make him work every day so that he gets a proper understanding. And these are done in a multi-sensorial way. Either they can count on fingers or put sticks or put lines and all that. Or they can have visuals where they work on an iPad, and when they get a correct answer, immediately says, well done. So it appreciates them. So similarly, we should also so not everybody can have iPad. Those who are working manually or in 1:1 situation, cheer them up, reinforcement, pat them, say good, have some eatables, they will check which they like the most, some chocolates or Cadbury chocolates and all that, which they like it. So have these all handy so that it will enhance their learning. Similarly, health psychologists use psychological principles to promote healthy behaviors, manage chronic conditions, and improve patient well-being. So we have our large number of patients having different problems. Say for example, diabetes, which is a slow killer. So how we have to counsel, how it will take the patient to such an extent that they have full control over that. They will not be mesmerized by words or by their appearance and all that. So that control we have to, through counseling, we have to develop as health psychologists. So not only diabetes, there are a lot of other things. The lifestyle changes, and then exercises. Most of them are glued to tables and watching movies or watching various social media and all that, neglecting exercises. So even if they have to go to a tea shop, they will take the bike or any other vehicle to get it. So when we have our own limbs, use it to the maximum extent. Your life quality will be improved. Similarly for CKD, that is chronic kidney diseases, then those who have oncological issues identified in the first stage. There are 4 stages in oncology. Oncology is nothing but cancer, okay, which is detected by the carcinoma cells. Okay. So for them also, if we are able to detect at stage 1, we can change their life, we can change their psychological thinking and all that. So this is a part of the health psychologist. Organizational psychologists also work towards the employees' well-being and all that. So if you take multidisciplinary approach in sports psychology, who are all involved? You know, a psychologist is involved. For sports psychologists, help athletes develop mental skills such as focus, motivation, resilience, to enhance performance and well-being. Also to face failures. That is what today the world is thinking. Education teach always grow and be on the top. What will happen if you fall from the top? They are not teaching that. We should be able to learn that also. Yes, once again we can climb up. So that has been there. There was a famous story which you all heard about it. So an IIT engineer, very well bright student, and got a very good job and a fat salary and settled in US. But at the time of recession, he was sacked and all 4 shot themselves. That is the husband, the wife and 2 children. So IIT, no, I shouldn't say IIT. Education has not taught how to face failures. So even failures also, how we have to handle this are taught, should be taught. And it is being suggested and they are practicing it. Especially in sports psychology, it's very evident. It's very evident. If they don't win in the initial stage itself, they fall down. So how to build themselves to a stronger sportsmanship. Physiatrist is important, orthopedic surgeon, to see the bone structure and endurance, to enhance endurance. Understanding physiological process such as stress response and muscle fatigue is crucial for optimizing training program and athletic recovery. Biomechanics is yet another field. Mechanics helps analyze and improve movement efficiency, techniques and injury prevention, contributing to both physical and mental performance. Then we have in medicine, collaborating with physician and other healthcare professionals is essential to understand patients' needs, integrate psychological interventions and improve treatment outcomes. So we have already told you that with different patients, different kinds of patients we have to cater to their needs. One is like, for example, there is a lot of transplant taking place now. Liver transplant, kidney transplant and all. The surgeon says, tomorrow is the surgery, you come, we will remove your kidney and put another one, over. And then here the patient thinks, telling that what to do, what is surgery, how long will I be there, nothing has been explained. So it is the nursing who has to come into the field and explain. And they will have this stress, anxiety that undergoing surgery itself and what would be the condition. So here the psychologist enter. And then counsel. This is called as the multidisciplinary for a single patient who is going for a renal transplant. So we draw with a diagram. See, here is your kidney which is damaged. So we shadow it or we fill it up with black color. Now on that there is another kidney which will be placed and it will be connected to the urethra and it will be functioning as the other kidney, your own kidney, how it is working. This donor could be from the relative or from the family itself, and we have to appreciate. There are so many people, spouses giving one of the kidney to the patient or to his spouse and all that, So we also counsel that particular patient who is a donor to cheer him up and tell that you have done such a great sacrifice and we wish you good luck. All this makes them, feel better and all. So just a word of concern, a smile, and fully focused on that particular patient is enough. This we can't do. This we can't do, students? Can we? Yes, you should. So generate, as sir said, no, smile is very important. Your body language is important. Addressing by the name is important. Going near and having a good posture to them is important. You know, these all are body language. Apart from talking to them. Leave alone your tone. You may have a tone of, who's the famous singer over here? Okay, I know Lata Mangeshkar, she's not there. Because we are old, we know fully old about. Now we have Sri Nidhi, something and all. Okay. Okay, we may not be a great singer, but a humble, a true humane approach is enough. Our voice will make us divine more than enough. Okay, so it is necessary that we counsel the patient, put them at rest, and then stress-free, and then delete all their misconceptions and doubts. Doubts you have to explain, and the misconceptions you have to. Similarly, in organizational setup, I talked about leadership, teamwork, and human resources. Absenteeism has been one which we have been addressing them, and then how they have to team well, genuinely and all. But lot, in one particular team there will be one crooked person who will leak out all the secrets and all that. So we have to protect it. So that is very important in organization and all that. And have a better interpersonal relationship. You can have many programs for enabling interpersonal relation. We used to have, once a month, get together. We will not have any hierarchy there, including the director and all levels of employees will have one afternoon in a month, a get together, talk, wish the birthdays in that month, whose our birthday had come, or any other bad news is also we share there, and then we have a games, we enjoy some snacks and all, and we get away. So in this way, all the misperception regarding that particular person, which another person would have told, will all be resolved. So like this, we can enhance interpersonal relation. We can get to them with us that they are so helpful that we can conduct many programs. So example of one such program is this particular conference, wherein from biomechanics, from commerce, people have all come to chair the scientific sessions of paper presentation and all. So they will learn a little bit of psychology in this presentation, and they will share it somewhere and all. So this is what is called as, knowledge gaining and all that. So these are all the other fields of oncology. There may be repetitions lot, I want to say is psychology is involved in every other field wherein we think of. If you lay your hands on anything, psychological intervention is necessary over there. So oncology I already told, nutrition and all. Psychology is also important in cognitive science, I told. A stroke patient wherein we can see the functioning of the healthy brain and unhealthy brain or dysfunctional brain. So we use as psychological testing, neuropsychological testing, battery, wherein all the cognitive higher mental functions we assess and get a profile. And we can also recommend for such patients who have a bad, say, afterlife after the accident or post-injury, we can recommend to get the disability card for enhancing their quality of life or maintenance, whatever it is. So we use that. And multidisciplinary approach in cognitive sciences are like patients who had a head injury or who had road traffic accidents and all that. So wherein, depending upon the profile, various interventions would be, disciplines would be called, like physiotherapist, neurosurgeon, neurologist, neuropsychologist, and also speech therapist, nutritionist. All these people are very, very necessary in rehabilitating. Rehabilitating the neurological impairment is not again overnight, just like people with disability. It takes years for them, depending upon the site of injury and the intensity of the injury. So it is very difficult. or a shadow teacher to train him in academics, either special education or normal academics. If the child is high functioning, he can very well attend normal school, but needs certain intervention here and there. To multisensorial approach is very much necessary for enhancing their academic progress. So these are different disciplines that I see a lot of repetition about psychology in various other disciplines and all that. So this is to emphasize that the role of psychologists is very important in each and every field. Now I would like to bring out one case report. It's a case which has come in the African journal. It is dealing with a particular patient. So when you read that particular case, you will understand. So this was presented by various authors like Baban, Obina, and then Victor et al. About the patient, a 28-year-old male undergraduate presented to the accident and emergency unit with abdominal pain of 3 weeks duration and associated abdominal swelling of 2 weeks duration. So it's an acute state, only 3 weeks and 2 weeks. Abdominal pain was located under the pre-umbilical region, colicky in nature, not radiating, with no known aggravating or relieving factors. There was no history of vomiting, no diarrhea or constipation, and no jaundice. Abdominal swelling initially affected the pre-umbilical region and then progressed to become generalized. No renal or cardiac symptoms. He has no past medical history of note. However, there was a history of significant alcohol intake and smoking of cigarette, including marijuana. Okay, this is the case history of one particular patient. So what is required, you all know, in case history taking is the first method of taking complete case history, detailed case history about the patient to arrive at a diagnosis. And in that case history taking, we have to also include negative history, that is ruling out all the other conditions. Like just as they said, no, in this particular case, no vomiting, no diarrhea and all. So we have to have negative history. So when you are ruling out not this, then this is the diagnosis. That is why negative history has been So now after taking this cases, symptoms and case history, what is it that is required? We require to arrive at a diagnosis. So what we have to do? We have to do certain investigations and all that. Clinical findings, you know, when they are admitted to emergency, there is a lot of examination, physical examination, all like the particular parameters, how they are, especially the pulse rate, the oxygen rate, the everything. I mean, when you get admitted head to toe, they will check up. On physical examination, he was acutely ill. We know that 2 weeks and 3 weeks he had the abdominal pain. Looking young man in a moderate painful distress. He was afebrile, anorectic, and not pale. He neither had significant peripheral lymph node enlargement, finger clubbing, or pedal edema. These are all the signs for kidney issues. His abdomen was uniformly distended and tense and visibly distended superficial abdominal veins. So these are all visible. And there was marked tenderness, especially around the umbilical region, and rebound tenderness. The umbilicus was also hard and nodular. There was no organomegaly, that is, megaly is big, enlarged organs, but he had ascites. Ascitic tap gun was hemorrhaging, that is, ascitic gun is drawing out blood where there is high red blood cells. So they found that there were hemorrhage, that is leakage of blood. Digital rectal examination was unremarkable. Other systemic examinations were essentially normal, and initial clinical diagnosis of acute abdomen with ruptured vicus was made with prompt referral to the surgeon. So this is what at the first site when he was admitted in emergency, the physicians or all the made the physical examination and he made one particular diagnosis. So this is the role of a physician. Then this is not enough. We need a multidisciplinary. We need the consultation of the other surgeons, of the other specialists and all that, especially pathologists, radiologists and all that, to arrive at a diagnosis. Once you arrive at a diagnosis only, an intervention plan will be made. So to arrive at a diagnosis, these are all the procedure in a medical setting who has all this problem. So then afterwards they did all the investigation. In the investigation, you all know blood count or chest X-ray, all this is being done. So blood count is then revealed lymphopenia, eosinophilia, and they also did other tests like electrolytes, urine analysis, liver function test and all that. And abdominal ultrasound scan, chest X-ray, plain abdominal X-ray, all this is being done. The gastroenterology team, see again the multidisciplinary team over there, suggested, went through all the reports and they suggested, showed that abnormal bowel gas distribution with multiple abnormally distended, peripherally sited proximal and distal large bowel loops with multiple air fluid levels. Then in the end they came to diagnosis with all the report, that is the diagnosis of hemorrhagic pancreatitis was considered. So this they made the diagnosis. See how many levels of intervention. This is what happens to each one of us. When we have to go to the hospital, we are scared that they will do multiple tests and don't know what will come out and all. That is the basic fear that everybody has. And another thing that is going parallelly in the mind is what is the money index that is going on. It goes up and down. So that is the fear that people all generally have and all that. So the investigation did not wait with this. They went to further investigation and then they diagnosed as oncology, carcinoma. Carcinoma they have diagnosed. So the diagnosis, the MD team is the multidisciplinary team diagnosed, consisting of surgeons, physicians and radiologists as metastatic signet ring carcinoma. Carcinoma is nothing but again cancer. Technical name for cancer is carcinoma, breast carcinoma, you have ovarian carcinoma, all these different types. So he was diagnosed with carcinoma and later on they planned the intervention as having to be put on chemotherapy, that is medications, cytotoxic medication and all. So the main objective of these MDT meetings is to develop a cohesive approach to the therapeutic plan proposed by various experts based on their clinical expertise and evidence available to date. When multidisciplinary team members became aware of this approach, actually the intention that improved patient care, additional specialties focused on supportive intervention were included. Multidisciplinary team meetings have widely been implemented in various sectors like healthcare, education, industry, etc. based on the principle that interdisciplinary case discussion lead to improved treatment recommendation based on updated and evidence-based knowledge of expert opinion. Lastly, the MDT team structure is broadly structured to improve communication, coordination and decision making. The meetings form weekly clinical duties for most physicians, nurses and other relevant health professionals. Additionally, multidisciplinary team link clinical information from various sources, improves care processes and adherence to clinical and up-to-date treatment recommendations which have been documented in several situations. Other potential benefits include shorter lead times, increased attention to patient-related perspectives, competence development, training opportunities for younger colleagues, and possibility of identifying patients eligible for critical trials. So come, let us all join and help the human being in various sectors wherever we are working. Lastly, Sahana Vavatu, Sahanau Gunatu, Sahaviryam Karavavahai, Tejasvina Matitamastu, Mavid Vishavahai, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. The essence of this sloka is, we have gained a lot of knowledge as sir was speaking, when sir was speaking. We gain a lot of knowledge through our parents, through our teachers, through our friends, through reading books, literature, and attending conferences like this and all. So what do we do with this knowledge? We have to share it and do the needful at the time unsolicitedly. That will help you in your future life, in your quality of life. Don't expect for results. It will come automatically. So do your best and wish you all the best. Any doubts, any comments, any contributions?
Students, do you have any doubts or queries? Can we have feedback from you?
Food will be provided here, don't worry. Food will be provided under 10 minutes.
Actually, it's
So
ready.
just talk.
If we complete it by 1:10, we can all go and have lunch. We could hear some feedback from you people.
Yeah, you would have seen some problems amongst your relatives or neighbors or somewhere. You can just quote some, contribute or ask for any clarity. Or you are taxed the way I bored you all, or not able to take, not able to talk.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Multidisciplinary, I really understood how so many things come together and you can help people, help clients. I have one question, ma'am, here. I just came, a few days back, there was a child who lost his father. Okay, this was all of a sudden. And the child just lost his speech. He was a normal child, 8 or 9-year-old. How do you help the child?
How old is the child, you said?
8.
8 years old. So, due to shock, some
Due to
traumatic
shock,
shock, the child has lost his speech again. Only thing is, we have to train them in, he's already had speech. Only thing is, you have to see a moment where he can feel joyful and then making some sounds, from sounds build to words and encourage him and all that, okay, time alone should tell when he will speak. Now he is in the traumatic shock, that is post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. Okay, because he's seen his father whom he is attached to and he was being taken. So they should find a particular person who can spend so much of time with him and all that, so that he displaces his love of his father on him and start identifying him as his father, and then he may speak out. But we have to routinely have some speech session to talk about, tell some stories, nice stories wherein he enjoys. You can see for the exposure, emotions, whether he is able to emote and all that. So from there you can see some positive signs. Gradually work on him, every session. Tell different stories. Something related to mother, something related to father, some animal pictures and all that, so that he will start thinking that. That is the only hope we have. See, there are no answers for such things. Only when we work with them, we can see the changes, that's all. There are no textbook answers.
Thank you so much, ma'am. But at that point, what happens? The whole family is in trauma, right?
I know.
So they have also lost 2-3 months in that.
Yeah.
And then suddenly they realize that there is a problem with the child. So I'm sure.
Working with the child, going and playing and making him a little joyful, and then let him experience happiness and all that. Maybe that happiness he may say, some sound comes, sounds.
Not much.
Maybe. If sound comes, something like that. Later on we can think about it.
Thank you so much. It was a
Just
wonderful
we pray
session.
for the efforts of the therapist and also the child to speak up.
Thank you.
psychology and how it is related?
Huh? She's
Is
asking
Veda-
about Indian psychology, ma'am. Indian psychology.
Oh, yeah.
Like how Veda and Sanskrit is very much important to psychology and how
Yeah.
it is related.
See, we have a lot of exercises and all that. Pranayama is there. And the role of Indian psychology is very much important. So as we talk about personality, ego, superego, Indian psychology also talk about it and all that. And then they talk about trigunas and all that. So it is running parallelly. And regarding interventions, we have a lot of interventions like the Ashtangika Marga. You can have control of sense organs. You have pranayama. You have reciting mantras, which slokas, which gives also a lot of enhancements in attention, memory, and all that. These are the ways that we have in Indian psychology. To add on, Madam wants to speak.
Ma'am, as a student of psychology, we have a vision of curing people in a future. So to treat people and help them in clarifying their life. So always I had a confusion that everybody is studying here, ma'am. So it is not said that psychologists will not have any problem. So how to clarify the self-doubt that we psychologists have? Will it suit us? Will I be
Yeah,
able
I got
to
you.
cure
I got you.
tomorrow?
So, are we competent enough to claim as psychologists, right? Like not everybody studies, but how do we differentiate between effective psychologists and not effective? Okay. So when you talk to the patients, right?
Ma'am, she's asking like, that is a normal thing, like psychologists should know to handle their own emotion, and psychologists, people who studied psychology should not have problem with handling emotions. Normal people feel like that, right? She's asking like, how can we handle those kind of situations? Where other people's opinion are like, psychology should be always stable. Those people should be always happy.
Even we can, no, it is not like that. We are human beings. We are also first think we are human beings. Second only we did psychology. Okay? So we also have emotions. We also have adjustment disorder. We also undergo anxiety and all that. But our resilience are much more powerful because we know that we can handle this and we come back to normalcy in shorter duration. Whereas normal people will keep on brooding about the negative things or that they are going to be a failure. Once failure, they can always rebuild. But what normal people think, failure is always a failure. We think failure will help us to build success. Okay, so that is the difference in attitude. We are able to rebound, resilience, nothing, come back to normalcy in a quicker duration. Okay, this problem is going to be for a short time. Okay, let me attend to it as much as possible, resolve it and come back to a normal life. It will take for us a quicker direction after studying psychology. Whereas normal people will keep on brooding.
So another doubt is, as a student, I have a self-doubt that will I be able to heal others in future as a psychologist. So how to clarify my self-doubt or how to go through that? That's my question.
You're in your UG level now?
Yes, second year.
I understand. It will take time. Don't worry. Sometimes, in UG level and all, as we are reading schizophrenia, you have schizophrenia. I used to think like this only. I used to have magical thinking like this only. I'm a schizophrenic, we think. Okay, but when you're not. Because you're reading through it, you are taking it to so much hard that we have that. Then you go next chapter, mood disorder. I mean, manic, even I was at that time manic. I used to spend so much. Monthly gave me about 5,000, all 5,000 I spent. Was I manic? Each chapter we will experience. If we experience only, we will know that symptoms very well. Okay, then we can deal with those patients very well. Don't worry. Okay, so you will get over. Experience makes man perfect. So as you go to your PG level and higher level, you will understand well and you will gain what is called as emotional intelligence. What is how to be poised in such situation. Sometimes the patient both may be crying, but we also listening to this story will start to cry. But an inch means 1 degree more means we also will cry. But we should not. We should try to distract ourselves. Okay, that is how we can keep ourselves poised listen to carefully to the patient's history and then give the suggestion, solutions and counseling. Okay? You will gain. Even I used to feel like that when I was in UG. We had this abdominal psychology paper, all the disorders I faced, including depersonalization, including dereasonalization, everything we face. That means we have understood the symptoms very well of that particular condition. Okay? So you'll do good, don't worry.
Thank you, ma'am. Another question here.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah.
மேம் இப்போ எல்டி சைல்டு இருக்காங்க மேம், எல்டி ஆர் ஆட்டிசம், ஏடிஹெச்டி, அப்புறம் ஓசிடி, இந்த சைல்டெல்லாம் வந்துட்டு கிளினிக் வரும்போது அவங்க பேரண்ட்ஸ் வராங்க மேம்.
OCD.
அந்த மாதிரி எந்த ஒரு டிசேபிள் இருந்தாலும் அவங்க பேரண்ட்ஸ், சில பேரண்ட்ஸ் வந்து அதை அக்செப்ட் பண்ணிக்க மாட்டாங்க. அவங்க குழந்தைங்களுக்கு வந்து ஏதோ எப்படி சொல்கிறதுனா, அவங்க குழந்தைங்களுக்கு வந்து ஏதோ பெரிய இது நோய் இருக்குது அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி ஃபீல் பண்ணுறாங்க. அப்போ அந்த சில பேரண்ட்ஸ்க்கு வந்து எப்படி இதை வந்து கன்வே பண்ணுறது?
First of all, OCD, you should spell out what activities he does. What is that activity OCD is doing? Obsessive compulsion, என்ன ஆக்ட் அது? கை கழுவுறதா இல்லை பிளேட் கழுவுறதா?
மேம் ஓசிடி மட்டும் இல்லை மேம், எந்த ஒரு டிசேபிள் இருந்தாலும் எல்டிஓ இல்லை ஏடிஹெச்டி இந்த மாதிரி அவங்க
diagnosis OCD பா, பட் என்ன பிஹேவியர்?
No, ma'am, he's saying that any behavior, like suppose if a child, autism, yeah, he's giving an example. Autism or learning disability, or parent vandaduna, they are not able to accept. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Parental acceptance,
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now we have to make the parents understand first the symptoms. Will it occur in the same age, in the same class for that particular boy? Okay? So, இவர் வந்து தொடர்ந்து கழுவிட்டே இருக்காரு கை. ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் ஆப்சசிவ் கம்பல்ஷன் இஸ் ஹேண்ட் வாஷிங் நினச்சிக்கோங்களேன். ஸோ அவர் கழுவிட்டே இருக்காரு, ஒரு நாள் 20 தடவை கழுவுறதுனா அது நார்மல். அம்மா நம்மளே எவ்வளோ தடவை கழுவுறோன்னு அவங்கள கேட்கலாம். ஓகே, ஹம்பிளாக கேட்கலாம். நம்ம எவ்வளோ ஒரு 5 தடவை கழுவோம் இல்லையா? காலையில் பிரேக்ஃபாஸ்ட் முன்னாடி, இல்லை நம்ம கழுவும் போது, தென் அப்புறம் லஞ்சுக்கு முன்னாடி, லஞ்சுக்கு அப்புறம், இப்படி நம்ம கவுண்ட் பண்ணோம்னா இட் வில் பி விதின் 8 or 10 times. Isn't it? இது நார்மல் தானே. நம்ம பையன் எவ்வளோ தடவை கொள்ளுவாரு சொல்லுங்க, சொல்லுங்க. தண்ணி நீங்கள் எழுதிக்கலாம், ஒரு 10 தடவை, 20 தடவை, 30 தடவை எவ்வளோ கழுவு. ஸோ இது நார்மல், இது அவ்வளோ. சரி போட்டு நம்ம தான் வளர்ந்துட்டோம், நம்ம வீணோ we have grown up, we know how to manage these things. The same age-old boy, classmate எடுத்துக்கோங்க. இப்போ ராமு இருக்காரு, அவருக்கு தான் ஓசிடி இருக்கு. அவர் வந்து ஒரு 40 தடவை கழுவுறாரு. அதே நம்ம ஜோசப் எடுத்துக்கலாம், அதே கிளாஸில் இருக்க ஜோசப் கூப்பிடலாம். ஜோசப்பை சும்மா கேட்கலாம், ஜோசப் எப்படிப்பா நீ எவ்வளோ தடவை நாளில் என்னென்ன ஆக்டிவிட்டிஸ் யூஸ் பண்ணுவேன், எது எவ்வளோ தடவை செய்வேன், இதெல்லாம் ஜென்ரலாக கேட்கலாம். அவரது எழுதிக்குவாங்க. எழுதிட்டோன்னே ஜோசப் அனுப்பிச்சிடுவாங்க அவங்க கிளாஸில். அவங்க இப்போ ராமுவோட அம்மா வர்றாங்க, வந்தப்போ கேளுங்க. இதே கிளாஸில் ராம் இருக்காரு, ஜோசப் இருக்காரு. ராம் வந்து 40 தடவை கழுவுறாரு, ஜோசப் வந்து ஒரு 10 தடவை கழுவுறாரு, நம்மளும் 10 தடவை கழுவுறோம். ஸோ ஜோசப் வந்து நம்மளுக்கு அப்ராப்ரியேட்டாக இருக்காரு. ராம் வந்து வித்தியாசமாக 40 தடவை கழுவுறாரு. ஸோ இது ஒரு வியாதி மாதிரி. இது நம்ம எப்படி குணப்படுத்தலாம், சீக்கிரம் குணப்படுத்தலாமோ அது நம்ம பார்க்கலாம். இவர் நார்மலாக மற்ற விதத்தில் எல்லாம் நார்மலாக இருக்கார். அவர் புரிகிற தன்மை, பேசுகிறது எல்லாமே நார்மலாக இருக்கு. ஆனால் இந்த விஷயம், இந்த பிஹேவியர், இந்த ஆக்டிவிட்டி மட்டும் வித்தியாசமாக இருக்குது. இது நார்மல் கிடையாது. இதை நம்ம சீக்கிரமே குணப்படுத்தினா நல்லா இருக்கும். ஸோ வாட் வி டீச்சர்ஸ், வி டீச் ERP, எக்ஸ்போஜர் ரெஸ்பான்ஸ் தெரப்பி, or thought stop technique. There are various behavioral intervention to manage the OCD aspects. Okay? So like that we have to talk to them humbly, a repeated number of times. ஒரு தடவை சொன்னால் அவங்க சொல்லிட்டு போகிறோம், they will go and consult other one also same thing. Like that they will do shopping behavior. They will go to 4-5 clinical experts like this and find out that this is abnormal. When they go to 5-6 people afterwards and confirm that it is abnormal, they will come for treatment. Okay, that is why as a mental health professional, it is necessary that we give a large number of awareness in newspapers, in FM talks and all that about various clinical conditions, so that they can understand parents or general public regarding themselves or regarding their children, any misbehaviors or any misconduct like this or any repeated behaviors like this, they can quickly bring to the clinician. Okay? So like that you have to keep on telling to them, convince them, but don't use harsh words or rude or something. Be humble. They may even tell us that we are mad. Accept it. Doesn't matter.
Thank you.
We can grow out of it. When they go to 4-5 people, they will confirm. And they'll come for the treatment. Come here, yeah. Along with the mic.
Ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My question is, பொதுவாக பார்த்தீங்கன்னா பாய்ஸை விட கேர்ள்ஸ் அதிகமாக சைக்காலஜி ஃபீல்ட் யூஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க. ஸோ இதை பற்றின உங்களோட ஒப்பீனியன்?
It is not psychology is not assigned to women. Who told that it's assigned to women? They have equal opportunities.
அதை பற்றின ஒப்பீனியன் என்ன மேம்? அதிகமாக
I am very happy that gents are coming forward. I mean, male are coming forward to study this course and become therapists. We need a lot of male therapists. There are a lot of people with fertility issues, sexually impotent, sexually, low desire. All these people. So, if men address men, it will be nice. So, I appreciate it that men are taking. Men, you said that only?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Or it's reverse?
Ma'am,
Men are taking. We are very happy about it. When we used to study, it was purely women oriented. There will be 10 girls and 1 boy. Imagine Radha Krishna.
Still now, if we could see in the class, it's like more than 75:25 ratio. Still, like I could observe, she's asking the same question: why boys are not preferring too much? Like
that's what I said. At least now it is coming up. And we also want more male therapists and all that. So boys think their psychology is more female oriented and all that. They will study mind, they will do this therapy and all that, which boys are not. They are also equally competent to deal such. Maybe it will pick up, or it is. If it happens decade like this, then we can tell it is a female-oriented course.
thank you. Any more doubts?
In our
questions?
I want to add, in our batch now, there were 4 boys and 8 of us girls. Okay, in MPhil.
Okay.
In MA psychology, 1 boy and 10 girls. So the trend keeps changing. Sometimes they may be boys, they have not exceeded the girls, but from 1 to 4, 5, not more.
Ma'am, here, continuing with that OCD question, how many sessions do you think normally is required to treat a person, or especially a child? An adult may probably...
It can be weekly twice for 3 months to start with. Then we will record after 3 weeks whether there is reduction in that particular symptoms. Okay, 3 months time you have to give. What the author says, the researcher says, for behavior modification to take place, we should give 3 months time. Along with the technologies, that is, the techniques that we provide to them, systematically 3 months. After 3 months.
Thank you.
Then they will learn by themselves. They can occasionally visit, or digitally they can contact you and all if they have any.
Thank you, ma'am. We thank you for sharing your expertise and insights, which have broadened our understanding of human behavior and its applications.
Okay, guys, now there's a break for lunch. Enjoy that session.
And the multidisciplinary approaches of psychology have educated us. It will surely help us continue to explore and learn together. apply the principles of behavioral sciences to create positive change in our lives and communities. Thank you, ma'am. It's a great honor having you here. Thank you, ma'am.
Both Rathinam and outside students. And kindly spell your name properly because we will be using this for writing your certificates. Your name and your college name should be spelled correctly. ஆமாம் அங்கே தான் பாரு. சரி அவங்க நம்பர் ஒன்று அனுப்புறீங்க, ஒரு நிமிஷம் லைன் இரு. ஆ உங்களுக்கு தெரியாது இருக்காது கேமரா மேலே போய் அங்கே ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ணுறீங்களா? ஓகே அந்த போடுறீங்களா? ஓகே உங்களுக்கு அங்கே வரது கம்ஃபர்டபுளாக இருக்குது. சரி அப்போ இங்கே இன்னும் பிடிச்சிருக்கோ பண்ணுறோம். மேம் சொல்லுங்கள் மேம். ஆ இதுதான் மேம். ஆமாம் ஆமாம் பார்க்குறேன். ஆ என்ன பார்க்குறேன். நாளைக்கு வந்து கொத்து சப்பாத்தி, அப்புறம் வந்து பரோட்டா, குழம்பு, தயிர் சாதம், வெஜ் பிரியாணி. மேம் 150 மேம். ஆ இல்லை மேம் 200 சொல்லி தான் இப்போ அதிகமாக இருக்குது. நம்ம வந்து 50 கம்மியாக பண்ணலாம். சரி இல்லை மேம் இல்லை தனித்தனியாக தான். இப்போ ஒரு சப்பாத்தி பரோட்டா மேனேஜ் பண்ணுறீங்கன்னா ஒருத்தர் சாப்பிட்டு அதில் மேனேஜ் பண்ணிடுறேன். பிரியாணி வந்து தயிர் சாதம். ஆ சரி கொத்து சப்பாத்தி.
way to the cure, said by Sigmund Freud. A warm greetings to one and all gathered here. Today, I, Sindhu Purni and Syed Ali Fatima are here to present our research paper on the topic comorbidity, risk factors, personality factors among patients with psychotic symptoms. So, comorbidity. It is a condition where two or more disorders are present in a person. Risk factors are the circumstances or environmental conditions which may provide the profound effect or the severity in the person. And personality trait, as we all know, it is a condition which makes us to differ from one individual to another through our behavior and tendencies. What is psychosis? It is a condition where our cognition and perception are dysfunctional in the person, and it is profound, especially in the schizophrenia. As we all know, schizophrenia is a spectrum of disorder with multiple psychotic symptoms. Why we chose this study in particular is because there has been multiple researches which has conducted through these variables, but it not correlate with each other. To be precise, these, like for example, risk factors, personality traits, these has been associated with psychosis or schizophrenia, but no researchers has done an intervariable analysis. That's what we thought, like we will take this research and go, take it to the next level. And another reason is because of the new digital behavioral track devices. Recently, many psychologists have started to use this tool to track down OCD, ADHD, and so on. So what we thought is, if we could dissect these small factors like personality traits, comorbidity, then we can take it to next level in the digital world and set up a proper tailored treatment.
In the methodology part, our aim of the study is to investigate an interplay between comorbidities, risk factors, and personality traits in a patient with psychotic features, especially on focus on the schizophrenia. We have a major two objectives. The first objective is to examine the association between risk factors, personality traits in patient with psychotic symptoms. And the another objective is to evaluate the interaction between comorbidities and psychotic symptoms in a patient group. And we have a samples of clinically diagnosed patient with psychotic symptoms, especially on schizophrenia patient. We have 100 sample size. The age between 18 to 55. The sampling technique is a purposive sampling technique, and we have used a statistical analyzed tool is a Jumbo V27. We have a variables are 16 personality traits, 19 comorbidities, and risk factors. We have used the data collection tools are personal data sheet with informed consent form, 16 personality factor by Raymond Handel, and the BPRS is a brief psychiatric rating scale by Overall and Corkum.
Through the Jamovi analysis, we have listed down the major variables. That is, we have chosen only the significant variables, which is less than 0.05 p-value. In the analysis, we found that our population has a normal distribution both in gender and age. In the discussion part, we have discussed, you have seen the table previously, right? We have listed down the significant variables that has been in-depthly discussed in this part. So to be precise, what we use is like Mann-Whitney U-test analysis, and one-way ANOVA has been used, and we found that many subgroups has been there in this 100 samples. That is, more than the predisposed schizophrenia disorder, their environmental condition and social support has a profound effect on the person. That is factor B, which represents the decisiveness and conscientiousness in the person. Factor L, that represents the vigilance and suspiciousness and hostility behavior. These three factors has been solely present in the person. That is, the severity level is high in the person just because of the environmental condition and social support. That is, like more than 7 subgroups has been divided, and 2 of the groups have severity in these factors, while the rest of them are well off because of the environmental conditions are better than them. So more than the disorder itself, the environmental and social support what we give is very important. Another analysis which we conducted is the Spearman-Rowe analysis. In this we have found the 5 testing items. In the first one, I already told about the factor B, right? The same was proven in this analysis as well. Another interesting and amusing factor is about factor A and C. Factor A is about the affection, warmth in a person, and factor C is about emotional withdrawal. If a person with psychotic symptoms shows much affection and warmth, then it will be resulted in emotional withdrawal. Why is that so? Because if a person has psychotic symptoms and they are showing warmth and affection to their family members or friends, and as a result they will give a negative response and isolation, due to which the emotional isolation within them increases and thus lead to depression or anxiety in that person. Another interesting correlation what we found is about anxiety and emotional withdrawal. In the mini mental status examination, when the person comes and we do a diagnostic interview, then itself we will understand that the person has a high suspiciousness within them. And also the emotional withdrawal will also be in them. So in the starting diagnosis itself, we found that they have suspiciousness and emotional withdrawal. Then we can easily correlate that with anxiety related disorders and hostility. That is, the hostility will lead to delusions of persecution and so on. So if we know that one particular trait or comorbid disorder is present within them in the first diagnosis itself, then we can easily form a tailored therapy within limited time itself. And the last thing we found is about emotional withdrawal and the comprehended decisiveness. That is, if the person has a low cognitive efficiency, the schizophrenic person has low cognitive functioning, then they will have high emotional withdrawal as well. What we like to conclude is that we have listed specific traits, right? These particular traits will lead to this comorbid disorders, and this particular risk factors will lead to this particular comorbidity. So when we know these things, then we can easily form a tailored therapy accordingly, right? So that's what we would like to tell, and we would like to implement this in the digital form as a digital behavioral tracker tool. We would like to implement it if it is possible in the future.
Lastly, we have a limitations, small sample size, patient with psychotic symptoms, and the geographical limitation. We would thank to Rathinam Arts and Science College for this exceptional opportunity. Thank you.
Any questions? With presentation. Here I would like to ask, you have collected data from 100 members, I think so. Between the age from 18 to 55, you told. What is the sampling technique you have used?
It's a purposive and the random sampling method.
You have mentioned here as purposive. Yes. Whether you have used formula for purposive sampling technique?
Like under our guide, he recommended us he blended the purposive and the convenient sampling technique. So like he recommended a particular hospital, and the physicist there, the psychologist there recommended us that these people can be available for our survey if it is possible. Like within their limitations, these are all possible. We cannot disturb the patients with profound schizophrenia and all. So what we thought, maybe in the purposive method, according to their diagnosis, who are all available or who are all fine with our research, maybe they could be done. So for that one,
that will come under convenient sampling technique. Purpose, there should be some purpose, or we have to identify some criteria, either on age-wise or character-wise. We have to identify.
And we found in risk factors. Like we have 4 risk factors, like environmental condition or social support, and also according to that we did the.
You have to categorize and you have to use the formula. From that average, you have to choose the sample. Whether you have followed that, everything is good, but you have to change this technique. It should be comes under convenient methodology. According to your convenient, you have to choose it. I think so.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Good.
So you are saying like you've gone with purposive as well as random as well as convenience.
No, man, like it is random, but maybe it's not particularly purposive but convenient.
No. Let me put it straight. Actually, what is purposive sampling? You choose a criteria and you find like some people fit under that criteria. So you go on collecting data from those people. Am I right? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
So you have used this. And you are saying like convenience because you went to your hospital which is nearby your college. Okay.
No, it was not like that. Like we had that criteria, no? Like accordingly, so we have sent some hospitals and they were fine with us, and sometimes many hospitals did not allow us.
Okay.
But we requested them to go with it. Like it was a random, it was not like according to our convenience completely.
Okay.
It was like we had some purpose, like that risk factors will be high in that particular area, so we went to that area and selected. It was not.
Okay. But I feel like as ma'am added, everything else was very good. I need a little more elaboration as well as clarity on the sampling technique you used. Okay? Congratulations. Thank you. Next presentation from Shanmugapriya from Tyagaraja College. She'll be presenting on the topic impact of social media interaction on anxiety level among married people.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Shanmu Priya, second year psychology in Tyagaraja College, Madurai. My co-author was Renisa Jerin, faculty member, Tyagaraja College. My topic is the investigating the impact of social media interaction and anxiety levels among married people. Social media engagement is the independent variable and anxiety is the dependent variable. In the introduction, social media engagement is engaged in online platform and activities in the and online activities such as sharing, commenting, liking, that's all. And anxiety is excessive worry or fear that is difficult to control. In the study, the concept is how the social media engagement is increased the anxiety levels. So I choose it in married peoples because marriage is a transition in the life. So after marriage, the individuals have many responsibilities. So how the social media affects their anxiety levels and mental well-being? Next. Need I already explained it. In the methodology, aim is to investigate the relationship between social media engagement and anxiety levels among married people. Hypothesis is the higher level of social media engagement is increased the anxiety levels in the married people's individuals. I used quantitative and correlation research design to examine the relationship between the social media interaction and the anxiety levels. Then tools, I used a social media engagement scale and anxiety, generalized anxiety scale. Sampling method, random sampling technique was used to collect the samples. Next. In the result, the study findings the weak and positive correlations between the two variables and no significantly. This may be because the previous research shows the people who are use social media as a coping mechanism. So there are a little to no correlations between the two variables, and in the statistics, the men are experienced a little more than anxiety than the female. But in the previous research shows that females have more anxieties in the social media interaction because of social comparison and body image there. But this is contradicting to my research. In the conclusion, the study found not significant positive correlation between the two variables, and in the statistics, the males are have a little more than anxiety levels than the females. So the future research maybe learn about more the social media engagement and the anxiety levels. That's
What is your conclusion?
Ma'am, my conclusion is there are no relationship between the social media and the anxiety levels, because the married people have offline responsibilities and work pressure. Maybe so they are not engaged in the social media more. So because there are no significance is there.
Based on your study, what is your suggestion?
Good. இவ்வளோ நர்வஸாக வேண்டாம் கொஞ்சம் ரிலாக்ஸாகவே நீங்கள் பேசலாம். ஓகே, ஆல் தி பெஸ்ட், கங்க்ராச்சுலேஷன்ஸ் ஃபார் தட். யூ டிட் அ குட் ஒர்க். எனக்கு வந்து லைக் நம்ம ஒரு ரிசர்ச் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ண போகிறோன்னா நம்மளுக்கு ஒரு சின்ன ஒரு ஸ்பார்க் மாதிரி இருக்கும்ல, வை திஸ் டாபிக். இப்போ நான் என்ன கேட்க வரேன் அப்படின்னா, வை திஸ் டாபிக், வை சோஷியல் மீடியா அண்ட் ஆங்ஸைட்டி among married people?
Because I first chosen for this topic is reason is a celebrity's devotion.
Oh, divorce
பார்த்து மேபி வந்துட்டு அடலசன்ஸ் வந்துட்டு எனக்கே வந்துட்டு ஒரு ஃபீல் வந்துச்சு. ஸோ இப்படிலாம் இருக்கும்போது மேரேஜில் நம்பிக்கை இல்லாமல் ஒரு இது வந்துச்சு. ஸோ இது வந்துட்டு மேரிட் பீப்புள்ஸ்க்கு வந்துட்டு பண்ணுறப்போ அவங்களுக்கு எப்படி இருக்கும், அவங்களுக்கு அந்த பயம் வருதா இல்லையா அப்படின்னு டெஸ்ட் பண்ணுறதுக்காக நான் வந்துட்டு என்கேஜ் அதிகமாக மேபி இப்போ வந்துட்டு சோஷியல் மீடியாவில் அதிகமாக என்கேஜ் ஆகிட்டாங்க அப்படின்னா அவங்களுக்கு கண்டிப்பாக செலிபிரிட்டி டிவோர்ஸ்லாம் தெரிஞ்சிருக்கும். ஸோ அது வந்துட்டு எப்படி அவங்களோட லைஃப்பில் வந்துட்டு இன்ஃப்ளூயன்ஸ் பண்ணுது அப்படிங்கிறத கண்டுபிடிக்கிறதுக்காக பண்ணுவோம்.
ஆனால் ஏன் ஆங்ஸைட்டி, சோஷியல் மீடியா ஆங்ஸைட்டி ஏன்?
ஏன்னா வந்துட்டு அது வந்துட்டு அவங்க லைஃபோட பயத்தை தான் நம்ம உருவாக்குது.
அப்போ இங்கே ஆங்ஸைட்டி நீங்கள் சொல்கிறது லைக் ஃபியர் அபவுட் லைஃப் அது மாதிரியா? ஓகே, அப்போ அதுக்கு நீங்கள் வந்து ப்ராப்பராக லைக் ஒரு சிங்கிள் டூல் அந்த மாதிரி ஏதாவது கொஸ்டினை செலக்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கலாமே. என்ன கொஸ்டினை செலக்ட் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க?
சோஷியல் மீடியா என்கேஜ்மெண்ட் ஸ்கேல் அண்ட் ஜெனரலைஸ்ட் ஆங்ஸைட்டி டிசார்டர் ஸ்கேல்.
ஓகே, அப்போ ஜெனரலைஸ்ட் ஆங்ஸைட்டி டிசார்டரோட கொஸ்டின்ஸ் வந்து லைக் நார்மல் அந்த மாதிரி இருக்கும். ஸோ யூ கோரிலேட்டட் போல் சோஷியல் மீடியா அப்படின்னு நீங்கள் சூஸ் பண்ணியிருப்பீங்களா? ஹவ் யூ கேட்டகரைஸ்ட் பீப்புள்? ஏதாவது லைக் இவ்வளோ ஹார்ஸ் யூஸ் பண்ணாங்க இல்லை இந்த இதெல்லாம் யூஸ் பண்ணாங்கன்னு எடுத்தீங்களா?
நோ மேம், எவ்வளோ ஹார்ஸ் யூஸ் பண்ணாங்கன்றது தான் மேம் நான் எடுத்தேன். அவங்க வந்துட்டு வீக்லி 7 டேஸும் யூஸ் பண்ணாங்களா இல்லையான்றதை கன்க்ளூட் பண்ணுறது. லைக் ஒரு வீக் டேஸில் அவங்க வந்துட்டு எத்தனை நாள் வந்துட்டு மொபைல்ஸ் யூஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க. அண்ட் ஜென்ரல் கொஸ்டின்ஸில் வந்துட்டு ஐ கொஸ்டின் ஹவு மெனி ஹார்ஸ் யூ யூஸ் சோஷியல் மீடியா இன் தி டே.
ஓகே, பட் யூ டிடன்ட் ரெஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் இட் வித் எனி ஆப்ஸ் லைக் இன்ஸ்டாகிராம் இல்லை வந்து யூடியூப்?
That question I asked in the general questions.
From that, could you say some findings?
Yes, ma'am. Mostly the married people have offline responsibilities if they are parent or not parent. So they use mostly YouTubes and Instagrams.
Okay.
Little more they are used, ma'am.
Okay then. So you are saying like yes, they were using it, but not to provoke anxiety in their life.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And okay, but in a marriage அப்படின்னு எடுத்துருப்பீங்களா? Have you categorized like எவ்வளோ வருஷம் of marriage, whether they are still married இல்லை divorce அந்த மாதிரி ஏதாவது கேட்டகரியில் எடுத்திருக்கீங்களா?
No, ma'am.
எப்படி எடுத்துக்கலாம்?
Complete
like married or unmarried?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Good.
Thank you, ma'am.
Participants, do you have any question? No? Okay. இவங்களுக்கு கேட்டால் நம்ம வரும்போது அவங்க கேட்பாங்க. சரி, அது நம்ம இதை இருந்துக்கலாம். Okay. Third participant is from IMN College of Arts and Science, Trichy, Dharani and Hanya.
everyone. This is Dagny. I'm a second year undergraduate student of psychology in Iman College. And today I'm presenting a topic exploring the impact of filter bubble on the hatred behavior in social media. Our paper is so relevant to this digital era as everyone is going through verbal abuse in social media. Previous study shows that 26% of digital users are experiencing verbal abuse, and 1 in 10 persons are personally affected by it. Our paper revolves around the 4 variables. First one is filter bubble. Filter bubble refers to the content that aligns its algorithm. That content aligns based on the views, likes, and the search engines. Second variable is narrow exposure. That a person is exposed to certain.
Excuse me, participants. I request everyone to be silent. Thank you.
Please continue.
Narrow exposure refers to the limited exposure that a person goes through only the beliefs that they already have. Third variable is echo chamber effect. Echo chamber effect refers to group of people that have a tunnel vision, like they are not exposed to they are not accepted towards different perspectives. They are only accepted towards their perspective. And the fourth variable is hatred behavior. Hatred behavior it involves verbal abuse, those things. The main objective of the paper is I explored that filter bubble is one of the factors that is responsible for the hatred behavior in social media. I used descriptive research design. The sample I took 20 samples of age group 16 to 30 years. I used purposive sampling method and thematic analysis are done on the data analysis. Findings are based on the responses. I subdivided into 4 themes. The first theme is filter bubble. Most of the participants respond that they see contents that aligns with their perspective, and none of the participants said they are seeing the contents apart from their perspective. Second theme is narrow exposure, and here they highlighted they feel validated to their opinions when the content they see when they see the content similar to their opinions. The third theme is echo chamber effect. They feel violated or angry or frustrated when someone strongly opposes their viewpoints are mentioned here in the echo chamber effect. And the fourth is hatred behavior. Many participants said that they feel so opposed when someone opposes their viewpoints strongly. And they said, so because of the different perspectives, the verbal abuse will definitely will be there. And the conclusion of this study is filter bubble, narrow exposure, and the echo chamber effect. These algorithms create a limited exposure to the viewpoints and their exposure. So it created a hatred behavior in the social media. It's one of the factors. Thank you.
Good presentation. Why you are choosing only 20 samples?
The qualitative study. So I can deeply in-depth, I can go through all the variables. If I taken the more samples, it will be difficult to get in-depth perspectives of, I thought in-depth perspectives will be difficult.
This 20 where you are choosing area, sample area where?
In and around my college, the persons.
College students.
College students and working professionals also.
the same, the first ஒருத்தருக்கு சொன்னோம் இல்லைங்களா, the sampling thing.
பர்பஸ் என்ன சொன்னோம்னா, நாங்கள் வந்து நிறைய பேர்கிட்ட வந்து இன்டர்வியூஸ் எடுத்தோம். அதில் வந்து யார் வந்து நிறைய சோஷியல் மீடியா யூஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க, ஃபஸ்ட்டு ஜென்ரல் கொஸ்டினே வந்து நாங்கள்
Only 20 members were using social media.
No, இன்னொரு சாம்பிள் நாங்கள் எடுத்த சாம்பிள்.
That is convenient, no? Only you have met 20% and you
Very convenient and purpose. No, we doesn't get only 20. In our sample, 20 members are using more.
You said that it's qualitative. Yes. But in research design, you have mentioned as descriptive research design.
Excuse me? Oh, sure. Very good. You have chosen like new terms. இதெல்லாம் வந்து நான் கேள்விப்பட்டதே இல்லை. My like congratulations, all the best. எல்லாமே okay. What you are explaining is very good, and you have tried to go in an in-depth manner to collect data. That is also appreciable. எனக்கு என்ன வேணும்னா, இப்போ இது வந்து நீங்க டெவலப் பண்ண கொஸ்டினர் தானே, அப்படிதானே? லைக் நீங்களும் யார் பண்ணீங்க? அவங்க ஃபேக்கல்ட்டி ஒரு ஸ்டூடெண்ட்? ஓகே. அப்போ எனக்கு என்ன வேணும் அப்படின்னா, இப்போ நீங்கள் 2 பேரும் சேர்ந்து இதுக்கான கொஸ்டினை டெவலப் பண்ணீங்களா, ஆர் ஹாவ் யூ யூஸ்ட் எனி கொஸ்டினர்ஸ்? நீங்களா அதை டெவலப் பண்ணீங்க. அப்போ எந்த மாதிரி கொஸ்டின்ஸ் உள்ள இருந்துச்சு?
இந்த 4 வேரியபிள்ஸ்க்கு ஏற்ற மாதிரி கொஸ்டின்ஸ். ஃபர்ஸ்ட்டு ஃபில்டர் ஓவர்னா அவங்க என்ன கண்டென்ட் பார்க்குறாங்க அப்படின்றது. அப்போ நாங்கள் வந்து என்ன மாதிரி கண்டென்ட்லாம் நீங்கள் வந்து எக்ஸ்போஸ் பண்ணுறீங்க, அந்த கண்டென்ட் பார்க்குறது வந்து உங்களோட பிலீஃப்க்கு வந்து கரெக்டாக இருக்கா, அதுக்கேற்ற மாதிரி அலைன் ஆகுது அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டெஸ்ட் பண்ணுவோம். செகண்ட் கொஸ்டின் வந்து நேரோ எக்ஸ்போஷர் வந்து அது ஒரே மாதிரி ஒரே பெர்ஸ்பெக்டிவ்ல தான் நீங்கள் பார்க்குற கண்டென்ட் இருக்கா, இல்லை நீங்கள் டிஃப்ரெண்ட் பெர்ஸ்பெக்டிவ்ஸ் அப்ரோச் பண்ணுவீங்களா சோஷியல் மீடியாவில் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு செகண்ட் கொஸ்டின்.
ஓகே. இப்போ நீங்கள் இது பண்ண கொஸ்டினர்ஸை ஹாவ் யூ லைக் அந்த ப்ராசஸ் இருக்குல்ல, ஃபோக்கஸ் குரூப் டிஸ்கஷன் வந்துட்டு லைக் திரும்ப ஒரு ரிவைஸ் பண்ணிவிட்டு அதை ஓரளவுக்கு வேலிட் ஆக்கிட்டு அப்புறம் அப்ரோச் பண்ணுறது, இந்த ப்ராசஸை கோ த்ரூ பண்ணிங்களா? இப்போடா ஒன்றும் இல்லை, நம்ம எக்ஸ்பெரிமெண்டல் சைக்காலஜியில் ஒரு கொஸ்டின் எடுக்கிறோன்னு எடுத்துக்கலாம். இப்போ பர்சீவ்டு ஸ்ட்ரெஸ் ஸ்கேல் பிஎஸ்எஸ் எடுக்கிறீங்கன்னா, அது யாரோ ஒருத்தர் டெவலப் பண்ணி அதை வந்து ஒரு 200-500 பேருக்கு கொடுத்து ஸ்டாண்டர்டைஸ் பண்ணனால நீ பக்கத்து யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கிறீங்க, கரெக்டாக? ஆனால் நீங்கள் டெவலப் பண்ண கொஸ்டினரை ஏதாவது ஒரு வில்லேஜில் ஸ்டாண்டர்டைஸ் பண்ணணும்ல. ஸ்டாண்டர்டைஸ் அளவுக்கு இல்லை, பட் ஹாவ் யூ கான் த்ரூ தட் ஃபோக்கஸ் குரூப் டிஸ்கஷன்? அதாவது நீங்கள் டெவலப் பண்ண கொஸ்டினரை உங்கள் லெவல்லேருந்து மேலே உங்கள் ஃபேக்கல்ட்டிக்கோ இல்லை பிஹெச்டி ஸ்காலர்ஸ்க்கோ இல்லை பிஹெச்டி முடிச்சவங்களுக்கோ கொடுத்து அதை பற்றின ரிவ்யூஸ் எல்லாம் கேட்டு ப்ரொசீட் பண்ணீங்களா?
எங்கள் ஃபேக்கல்ட்டியில் கொடுத்து இந்த கொஸ்டின்ஸ் கரெக்டாக.
ஓகே. அவங்க என்ன சொன்னாங்க? குவாலிட்டேட்டிவ் வேணாம்னு சொன்னாங்களா? எதனால?
இல்லை, குவான்டிடேட்டிவ் தான் ஆத்தரைஸ்டாக இருக்கணும். குவாலிட்டேட்டிவ்ல உங்கள் சப்போர்ட் ஸ்கீம்ஸ் இருக்கிறதுக்கு கரெக்டாக
ஓகே. இப்போ நான் ஒரு இதாக கேட்குறேன். இப்போ குவாலிட்டேட்டிவ் குவான்டிடேட்டிவ் வந்து அவன் கொடுக்குறான், அதனால நீங்கள் பண்ணுறீங்க. பட் குவாலிட்டேட்டிவ் இஸ் ஹைலி மேனிபுலேட்டபிள் தானே. நமக்கு என்ன ரிசல்ட் வேணுமோ வந்து அதெல்லாம் எழுதிட்டோன்னா வேலை முடிஞ்சது இல்லை. அவன் சொல்கிறானோ சொல்லலையோ, ஐ கேன் ரைட் அப்போ நீங்கள் அந்த மாதிரி பண்ணீங்களா? பண்ணல. சரி, ஓகே, குட், போங்க, தேங்க்யூ. Our next participant is from Ayman College, Aisha Siddiq and Sobia Barman. They will be presenting on the topic, what lurks behind our ability to thrive.
Good afternoon everyone. I'm Aisha Siddiqa, studying second year psychology at Ayman College, Trichy. So everyone of us, we strive to... So we run behind success, we run behind success, we run behind money, we run behind competition. Today's world is a competitive world, and we all try our best to meet those needs, upcoming challenges. So as sir before morning said, if you are not productive enough, we end up going somewhere else and going somewhere irrelevant to our goals and achievements. So the research topic of my study is what lurks behind, what holds our ability to thrive. So many of us we have been in a confusion. Some of us can be easily be productive and they can easily face challenges and they cope up with their needs. But some of us struggle to do their tasks, plan and organize their daily challenges and all. So what holds our ability to be productive? That's my research topic and also question as well as question. So current generation needs a shift in the way they are raised to adapt. So as the old styles of being obedient and disciplined does not help us to cope up with challenges. So parenting styles impacts a child's ability to think, manage time, set goals and maintain discipline. Parenting styles is an important thing. Parenting style is the way parents interact and enhance and guide their child to develop into a successful adult. So Bumren's parenting styles theory states that discipline and support is the key for a healthy development. Productivity is important for life. We thrive for productivity, and what is the concern is the root cause of productivity lies behind our parenting, the way we are raised, the way how we are raised up to. So there are three parenting styles according to Bumren. Her theory states that discipline and support is the key element for healthy child development. There are three parenting styles: authoritative, authoritarian, and permissive type. Authoritarian parenting, and these three has a significant impact on child's productivity in future. So my research employs qualitative research to examine this concept. We have used phenomenological design to have a deeper analysis of this research. Thematic analysis allows researchers to interpret data in a way, and we analyze the themes behind productivity that is influenced by parenting styles. So our study uses the purposive sampling because we have taken small sampling size to achieve thematic saturation. One-on-one interviews were taken for the study. Our research findings stated three distinct codes: authoritative parenting style, which is indicated by high demandingness and responsiveness. Authoritarian parenting style indicates high demandingness but low responsiveness. That is, they show high discipline, they raise their child by high obedience, but they show low responsiveness, they show low warmth and care for their children. Whereas permissive style indicates low responsiveness and demandingness toward the child, which impacts the child's future adult productive behavior. So through our findings, we concluded that each style of parenting has a great significant specific impact upon child's productive behavior in their adult phase. So we have found that children raised by authoritative parents, they learn to be independent, they are resilient in their life, and they develop leadership traits at an earlier stage compared to other children. However, authoritative parents raise their children to be with a bit hesitation at their adult phase, and these children are low in their creativity levels during their adult stage. Authoritarian parents raise their children to be extremely disciplined and obedient. They follow strict rules toward their child, which has a significant impact. Whereas these children, they struggle with long-term productivity. They have less intrinsic motivation, and these individuals, although they grow up to be a very good ethical person, they struggle with long-term productivity. Permissive parents, whereas they show less discipline toward their children and also less responsiveness. Their children, they are free with their children. These children grow into a highly independent, creative, and self-reliant adult, but they grow up lacking productive behavior. So these three types of specific parenting styles creates a significant impact upon children, which differs in their adult productive behavior. So limitations of our research is that our findings are significant. The research has limitations based on biases. We have taken responses from the participants. Self-reported measures may introduce biases too, because the participants may underestimate or overestimate their responses. The sample size was also relatively small, but it was enough to achieve our thematic saturation. Qualitative research focuses on quality of the research study and the themes of the study. Through this research, what we have found is that parent meetings in children's schools and colleges, they can be more parent focused rather than children focused. Parenting styles has a greater impact on children's productive behavior. So awareness on parenting and parenting styles and their impact on children can be given to parents. Then awareness programs can be organized for pregnant mothers to make them understand about the importance of parenting and the outcome of their future. Also, so social groups, communities can increase awareness between themselves to create an future child, good productive children. Thank you.
Come to the objective part now.
Objective.
Our objective is to find out how parenting styles influence children's productive behavior. That was our objective.
நான் அப்ஜெக்டிவே உங்களோட இதில் பார்க்கல, அதனால தான் உங்கள்கிட்ட நான் what is your objective கேட்டேன்.
So
we have to fix some objective. Based on that objective, we have to work further. Okay. Objective is main part in research. Next presentation, please you include it.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you.
Good.
Excuse me? ஒரு நிமிஷம். இப்போ வந்து லைக் வாட் லர்க்ஸ் பிஹைண்ட் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி லைக் ஒரு ஃபேன்சியான டைட்டில் இருந்துச்சு. we didn't expect that you will be presenting about parenting styles. ஓகே, இதில் வந்து 22 பார்ட்டிசிபென்ட்ஸ்க்கு பர்பஸல் சாம்பிளிங் எடுத்துன்னு சொல்லியிருக்கீங்க. ஒன் இன்டர்வியூஸ் போச்சுன்னு சொல்லியிருக்கீங்க. ஓகே, இப்போ இதுக்காக நீங்கள் என்ன மாதிரி கொஷனர்ஸ் யூஸ் பண்ணீங்களா இல்லை கொஷின்ஸ் நீங்கள் ஃப்ரேம் பண்ணியிருந்தீங்களா?
one-on-one interviews, so we have asked கன்வீனியன்ட்டாக அவங்களுக்கு ஏற்ற மாதிரி நாங்கள் இன்டர்வியூஸ் கொஸ்டின்ஸ் தான் மேம் கேட்டோம். இட் வாஸ் நாட் அ ஃபிக்ஸ்டு கொஸ்டினர் ஆர் சம்திங். We collected experiences of those children.
Okay.
Students, they were mostly students from 18 to 25 years who can explain their experiences they have.
Go to the discussion part. Fine, discussion, okay. இப்போ இதில் பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா you have explained about authoritative, authoritarian and permissive, okay? But what I feel like, personally feel like, this is not something you found from your research, right? It is already well established, it is already well known, and it is even given as a theory. So what is the need for doing the same kind of research again on your participants?
Though these research findings are already met, for today's challenges, permissive parenting is also a need for creativity and new innovations to grow for our children. And also, this is not fixed, ma'am. Authoritative parents also have both counterparts. Like they have a little bit of hesitation too. That those children raised by authoritative parents, they have a little bit of hesitation, and they are also reliant on their parents. For even though they go through the adult phase, they are reliant on their parents for decisions. That is not given in the previous researches. They fully focus on the good part of the authoritative, but we have given all the sides of 3 parenting styles.
Very good. Good. Thank you. Thank you so much. since ma'am has passing board meeting, she is leaving now. Let's proceed with the next person, Mr. Mehul Kapoor, and from Christ Deemed to be University. Are you here? Please welcome. Participants, if you have any question, you can shoot actually, okay?
பின்னாடி அங்க இருக்கு பாரு லாஸ்ட்ல சைக்காலஜியோட ரத்தினம் அங்க இருக்கு பாரு அதைவே அனுப்ப சொல்லு ஓகே நான் அங்கே நின்று பண்ணுறீங்கன்னு சொல்கிறேன் ஓகேடா நான் வந்து நீங்கள் போடியம்னு சொன்னது புரியாமல் போடுன்னு வச்சா நான் வந்து நீங்கள் போஸ்டர் ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ணுறதுக்காக பேக்ரவுண்ட் கேட்குறீங்கன்னு நினச்சேன் எஸ் ஆகிடுது தேங்க்யூ
இன்னொன்று கொடுத்துட்டா
ரேண்டம்னு சொன்னீங்களா யாரோ ஒருத்தர் ரேண்டம்னு சொல்லுவாங்க என்ன அவங்க என்ன கேட்குறாங்க நான் என்ன கேட்குறாங்க அதுதான் அதே தான் நான் வந்து ரேண்டம்னு சொல்லுவேன் சொல்லி கொடுக்குறாங்க ரேண்டம்னு சொல்லுவாங்க ஓகே அதுதான் அதுதான் நீங்கள் பண்ணது ஓகே பிகாஸ் கன்வீனியன்ஸ் எதனால இப்போ நீங்கள் வந்து ஒரு வார்த்தை வந்து எங்களுக்கு அது அவங்க எங்களுக்கு ஒரு பெர்மிஷன் கொடுத்தாங்க அது இப்போ நாங்கள் நிறையா ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் சூஸ் பண்ணுறோம் அதில் அவங்க எங்களுக்கு பெர்மிஷன் கொடுத்தாங்க அதனால இப்போ அந்த பெர்மிஷன் இருக்குது அதுவே ஒரு கன்வீனியன்ஸ் தான் லைக் யூ டின் ஸ்ட்ரைட் எல்லாத்துக்கும் பண்ணாங்க கன்வீனியன்ட் ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் தான் பெர்மிஷன் கொடுத்தாங்க அதனால ஓகே இப்போ அது சூஸ் நாட்
Hello.
Please start.
Okay.
Just gather everyone's attention to this.
Alright. Shall I start, guys? Everyone? Okay. Okay. So, here is my topic. It's called Examining Stoic Beliefs and Mental Well-Being Among Indian College Students. Do you all have any idea what Stoicism is? Anybody? Alright, so that's why this is just a very basic research, a correlational research. I just have two variables. However, what makes it complex is the construct itself. Can we go to the next slide, please? Sir? Alright, so okay, so Stoicism is a construct which I have studied heavily in the past few months just for this research, and what I have found is from texts ranging back to around 3rd century BC
to around our recent researches in 2023 and 2024, Stoicism has three main components. It is a way of life where firstly we value virtues, right? So virtues are basically things like ethical constructs like wisdom, courage, compassion, empathy, etc. and etc. So Stoicism is basically an ideology where a person lives with virtues in accordance with nature and reason. And another concept here is equanimity. Okay, so equanimity is a concept where we are taught not to attach ourselves with disastrous emotions and rather approach situations rationally. Okay, now the second point, you see misinterpretations. The problem we face today is that a lot of people understand Stoicism in the lines that it is emotional suppression, right? And it's associated with a lot of toxic masculinity traits, as in, you're not supposed to show emotions, you're not supposed to cry, you should, suck it up and move on, and things like that, right? However, that is not what equanimity is. Stoicism basically helps you manage your emotions better and approach situations with rationale. So, for example, if you fail an exam or something, a lot of people do tend to get really sad. A lot of people do tend to get sad to the point that they cannot sleep or sleep a lot, cannot eat or eat a lot, things like that, right? So this is a disastrous emotion, sadness to this level. So you manage that well instead of suppressing it necessarily, okay? Now Stoicism as a concept has had a lot of influence on CBT techniques because Stoicism, it basically asks you to not react to, the problem it says is that the situation is not the problem, but how you think about it, right? So CBT techniques, we have ABC, the ABC model, activating event, beliefs and consequences, right? So what are we taught there? That you have an event and then you have these negative automatic thoughts, which is a belief, and that is the problem there, okay? So similarly here in Stoicism, the problem that they tend to point out is your belief towards whatever situation you are in, okay? So your distress comes out of purely that. And the third thing is Stoics' emphasis on external versus internal focus, that is basically locus of control, and how you cannot control at all of other people's reactions, other people's attitudes, or things happening externally, but you can control your thoughts and your attitudes and your emotions, right? So this is basically the overview of what Stoicism is. There's a lot actually there, but then we don't have enough time for that. So we'll move on. Next slide, please. Right. So this is a quote by Mark Twain. I am an old man and have known a great many troubles, most of which never happened. Okay, now Epictetus, he was the pioneer of Stoicism, and he said that we suffer more in our head than in reality. And that's how most mental disorders come about, right? Anxiety, which is, I think, the most prevalent mental disorder these days. What is anxiety? It is basically fear of something bad happening, right? But nothing really has happened. It is the fear in your head. So that's why Stoicism as a concept I felt was very important to advocate, because it focused more on how you deal with situations mentally, right? Next slide, please. Okay, so here's the rationale for my study. It's a construct which is not researched, almost not at all in the Indian context. In fact, anywhere in the world, there have been a lot of qualitative researches on it, a lot of reviews and everything, but quantitatively it has not really been studied well. And also integration of ancient philosophical concepts in modern therapy. I wanted to establish, I wanted to see if I could establish a relationship between a person's Stoic beliefs and their mental well-being. Somehow we can incorporate that in modern therapy, right? Ancient texts in modern therapy. We already do that in Indian psychology through Bhagavad Gita and all, right? So my aim was the same here. My rationale was the same. Okay. So aim is to establish a relationship between Stoic beliefs and mental well-being in Indian students. And that's my objective, study how Stoic belief strength relates to mental well-being. And I have two hypotheses, a null hypothesis and an alternative one. Null, of course, saying there's no significant relationship between both the constructs, and alternative, there is a significant relationship, it's not directional. Alright. The procedure was very basic data collection using validated scales. I had two scales, as you can see, tools. There was Sparta-Creighton Stoicism Ideology scale. Now this scale is one of the only two scales in the world which is made to measure Stoicism. In fact, this one is based on the other one. Okay, so this was the only option I had in terms of tools. And the other one is the Warwick-Edinburgh Mental Wellbeing Scale, which is a pretty popular scale for to measure mental well-being. research design is quantitative correlation. Alright. So here are the numbers. 79 females, 163 males. Now the main part here is the correlation part, right? This was Spearman's correlation because MWB scores were not normal. What I got was a weak negative correlation between stoicism and MWB, minus 0.24. Apart from that, gender differences, I just did that for fun. Yeah, that's all. Next. Okay, so here is the key finding. A person with higher stoicism is linked to lower mental well-being. And this is why I was very surprised, because I've been studying this concept for a long time. There have been numerous great thinkers, numerous great philosophers, even modern day and entrepreneurs and CEOs following this ideology. And this is the result I got, that it actually is linked to lower mental well-being. So I went about looking for the reasons for this. There was not really much problem in the sample. There was not really much, any problems in the way I conducted the study. So I could not really find why this came about. However, I did find one thing. Can I go to the next slide? Yes, the limitation of it. This one. Okay. This is the scale, Pater-Waite Stoicism ideology scale. Okay. Now you see, items in this scale do not really capture what Stoicism is, but what we think Stoicism is, as in the misinterpretation part I was talking about. You have items like, I would prefer to be unemotional. Now, as I told you earlier, that is not what Stoicism is. It's equanimity instead of emotional suppression. And I would be very upset if I expect myself to avoid feeling intense emotions. Now, things like these. It's unfortunate that after my research, I found out that this scale is not good at all. But I did not have an option because this is the only scale there was available. Like, that is it. So, my recommendation here would be to develop a new scale on this, which I'm already working on, and also do a post-hoc qualitative research on my sample itself, where I could ask people about why the results came out to be the way they came out. Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
A very good and a neat presentation. Congratulations. And I'm very happy that you have explained a new topic, which is even new for everyone, I hope. Like, it's new, right? Have you heard about this term earlier in your life? No. Have you heard it? Okay, I could hear some yes somewhere actually. Okay. If you are planning to develop a new scale, what are the questions you will likely to include in that?
Okay, so the new scale I'll be developing will be kind of a spectrum. So I did a lot. I did some reviewed some literature. So Stoicism is on one end of the spectrum, and on the other end is something called hedonism. Okay. So hedonism is something living in a way that you are completely indulging yourself into pleasures.
Okay.
You do everything for
like hedonic well-being in positive psychology.
Yeah. Okay. And Stoicism is on the other end. It's all about rational thinking, about judgment, things like that. Now the kind of questions is Stoicism was mainly originally based on virtues, right?
Yes.
So there will definitely be domains regarding virtues, as in how well do you align with your virtues, or how much importance do you give to virtues in general in your life, things like that. And then also about maybe something related to emotional management, and how much you value rational thinking over emotional thinking, or do you get carried away in situations where you're intentionally emotional, or do you act purely out of emotions, things like that. However, in this scale, there are questions like if I feel physical pain, I don't want to tell anybody about it, things like that.
Yeah.
So that is really not what Stoicism is, and I think that scale does not really get what it is.
It even has some dimensions, right?
Yeah, it has 4 dimensions.
Okay, it has around how many dimensions? 3? 4. 4 dimensions.
So there is stoic endurance. So the items like I expect myself to hide my aches and pains.
Yeah, I could see. Like endurance, then
there is taciturnity.
Okay.
So taciturnity is basically expression part of it.
Okay.
I don't believe in talking about
indifference.
Yeah. And then death indifference. Yes, that's a very interesting item actually. I don't know why they came up with it, because this thing is not really mentioned in any of the original Stoic texts. It's basically things like, when the time for my death comes, I believe I should accept it without fear. As in, you don't care about death in general. So that is domain. Yeah.
Okay. So you'll be adding like those kind of questions.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you feel like that is one component known as purpose in life in like psychology, positive psychology? Right? Do you feel like your variable and the purpose in life will have any correlation?
Of course, it does actually.
No.
Stoicism is very aligned with existential and humanistic therapeutic approaches.
Okay.
It helps you act in your virtue to live a fulfilling life, to live a meaningful life. Okay. And I could tell you all about it. I can sit with you for like 5-6 hours and tell you all about it, but we don't have the time for that. But
Okay.
it is exactly what you're saying.
It's like more into purpose, finding a purpose.
Yes,
in life.
finding purpose, living meaningfully.
Okay, then if I have found a purpose for my life, then this goal will be somewhat lesser. Then eventually my mental well-being will be higher, somewhat higher.
It should be.
It
That
should
would be
be.
hypothesized.
Okay. Okay, all the best for your future.
Thank you so much.
Next, Reena from Manomaniyam Sundarnath University will be presenting on a topic, effects of parenting styles on educational inspiration among adults. I hope all of you got the small drink. Smooth vancha ellarkume. போதுமா வந்து டீ நான் ப்ரிப்பேர் பண்ணலப்பா இப்போ இதுதான் ரெஃப்ரெஷ்மெண்ட்டு டீ காஃபி எல்லாம் இல்லை என்ன வேணும் இன்னொன்று கொடுத்தா நல்லா இருக்குமா எக்ஸ்ட்ரா இருக்காடா சந்தோஷ் எக்ஸ்ட்ரா இருக்கா வெளியா இன்னொன்று வேணா கொடுத்துருங்க பஜ்ஜி டீ எல்லாம் நாளை காலைல தான் யா ப்ளீஸ்
Good afternoon everyone. I'm Reena from Manomaniyam Sundarnath. Good afternoon everyone. I'm Reena from Manomaniyam Sundarnath University. My research topic is effects of parenting style on educational aspiration among young adults. The reason why I choose this topic is, as everyone knows, the parenting style plays a vital role in everything in our life. So I was very curious how our parenting style will affect on our education aspiration. Parenting style is the way parents raise their children. There are three major parenting styles: authoritative, authoritarian and permissive. In authoritative parents, parents set clear rules and boundaries. At the same time, they are very understanding and flexible. They encourage independence. It is a balanced approach. Then in authoritarian, parents focus on the rigid and strict rules. They are less responsible to their children's need, and it is a strict approach. Then in permissive parenting, where parents are very relaxed and let their children make their most decision. Then permissive parenting is mostly like a friendly approach rather than a strict approach. Educational aspiration is nothing but the goal or a dream which is related to our education. The aim of my study is to investigate the effects of parenting style on educational aspiration among young adults. Then I have two hypotheses. First one is there is a significant relationship between parenting style and educational aspiration, and the second one is there is no significant difference in terms of gender among parenting style and education aspiration. Then I have choose young adults as my population with a sample size of 100. It is a convenient sampling. In inclusive criteria, the participants who are currently studying in school and colleges with the age limit of 17 to 24, and those who have both parents were included. In exclusion criteria, I have excluded the participants who are not currently studying in schools and the college, then who are not under the age limit of 17 to 24, and I have excluded the transgenders. I have excluded the transgender psychiatric patients. Can I go to next slide? Then I have used a correlation and t-test as my statistical analysis. I have used education aspiration as my independent variable and parenting style as dependent variable. Next slide, please. Then I have used these questionnaires. The first one is parental authoritarian questionnaires. It consists of 30 items. It was developed by Guri John P. It has 5 points. Each statement have 5 options. It is a Likert scale. Then educational aspiration inventory. It was developed by Dr. T. Pradeep Kumar in 2012. This also consists of 20 questions. With each there will be 4 options. Next slide. Then in results, I have found a correlation between parenting style and educational aspiration. There I found there is no significant relationship between the parenting style and educational aspiration. Then in independent sample t-test, I have found there is no significant difference in terms of gender. Therefore, my H2 is accepted, whereas in correlation, my H1 is not accepted. Then in results and findings, this research shows the parenting style and educational aspiration among young adults. Here I have mentioned the mean value, mode value, and the standard deviation value. Overall, the PAQ value has a higher than the EAI scale. So in conclusion, my research shows that there is a not significant relationship between parenting style and educational aspiration, and there is a no significant difference in terms of gender. These are some suggestions and limitations in my studies. For further studies, they can use a larger sample size and additional factors like peer influence or socio-economic status, and they can analyze the specific aspects of parenting styles and compare the results with the different cultures. These are some reference. Thank you.
So your result says that there is no relationship between parenting styles and aspiration. I'm not talking about your results. From your assumption, do you feel like, yes, whether it has any influence?
Yeah, ma'am, actually I feel like it will have some influences because as I go through reviews, mostly I have got that parenting aspirations have influences on parenting style. But I think because of the limitations, I have used only 100 samples and it is a convenient sample. Because of that, maybe I can get these results.
Okay.
But I believe that parenting style will affect this.
Yes, absolutely. Because the culture we are in, it will have some significant effects on children development, right? And about your exclusion criteria, just want to confirm, why you excluded transgenders?
Ma'am, I have chosen the convenient sampling.
Okay.
So I decided I will be collecting samples within my university.
Okay.
So I found no transgender within my university, and it will be very hard to find transgenders.
Okay, so you excluded. It is not like you voluntarily excluded. It is like you didn't receive their data, so you mentioned it as you excluded.
Because it was convenient sampling.
Okay, then you can remove that point, right? Because you voluntarily did not exclude those kind of, like it's not like it's something else, right? You didn't receive their sample, so it's just like that, okay? So you don't have to add an additional column that you excluded them, okay? Please remove that. And good, convenient sample, sample 100. Next slide. Next. So you did independent sample, use correlation and t-test, okay. Parental authority questionnaire. Can you explain about that? Whether it will have the 3 kind of parenting styles. So how you process the data? You categorize people based on those 3 criteria.
No, ma'am. Actually, it's a questionnaire. It consists of 30 statements.
Yes.
The children can fill the questionnaire.
Okay.
We have some categories. These questions are comes under the authoritative parenting. These questions are comes under, like that we have some categories. Within that, where the children got a higher point, they will indicate as an authoritative, or permissive.
Okay, then you, like, for example, I'm asking, I'll go with small population. You took, think like you took 10 samples, 3 of them scored higher in authoritative, then you correlated those value with education aspiration, or how did you process the data?
Actually, that is also a limitation, ma'am. Because I didn't categorize it as a styles. Actually, I didn't mention in my limitation too. I just calculate within parenting style whether affecting the education aspiration.
Yeah, you are saying about parenting style, but here it is parental authority, right? Then how this questionnaire was, like whether it was giving about, can you say me some questions in that? Could you list a question so that I can have a better understanding?
Like, if I want to do something, can I ask a suggestion from my parents, or they will order me?
Good. Okay, like that. Okay then. It is like how much authority your parents had on you. Okay. Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Dhanushri Ramesh and Prashant Chandrasekhar from Vivekananda College. போடியம்.
விஜய் அந்த போடியம் மேலே வேணும். அங்கே போடியம் இருக்குல்ல, இங்கே கீழே கிடக்குல்ல, அந்த போடியம் மேலே தூக்கிடுவீங்களே. சரணு எங்கடா இது? எனக்கு ரெண்டுமே நீல கலர் கொடுத்துட்டு போற. எனக்கு இது வேணும், இது வேணும். டாஃபி கேரமல். ஆமா பிரச்சனை தான். நீ ஏன் பிரசன்டேஷன் பண்ணி வெளிக்காலேஜ்லாம் மட்டும் போயிட்டு ஏன் பண்ணல? எல்லாம் ஓகே தான்.
நல்லா கேள்வி கேட்குறீங்க, பத்த
மாட்டேங்குதா?
கிரைஸ்ட்
இது முடிச்சோம்.
ரெண்டு பேரும் அப்புறம்
இல்ல அந்த லைட் தான் ஆன் பண்ணணும்.
I'm Dhanushri Ramesh and I'm final year student, Department of Psychology at Vivekananda Institution. Today I'm honored to present my research paper under the title of Association Between Resilience and Well-being among Gen Z and Adolescents at the guidance of Dr. P. Prashansia.
யாருமே கவனிக்கல நிஜமாலுமே. நான் மட்டும்தான் பாவம் கொஸ்டின் அவனும் கவனிச்சுட்டு இருக்கேன். என்ன போய் ஹெல்ப் பண்றியா? நமக்கு நாளைக்கு பிரசன்டேஷன் இருக்கு. வா நான் இன்னொரு ஜூஸ் தர சொல்றேன், வாங்க உட்காந்து ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணலாம் வாங்க. என்னடா நம்ம கோகுலப்பிரியா மேம் ஸ்டூடெண்ட் ஆக்டிவிட்டி எல்லாம் பண்ணலாமா? ஆமாடா ஆமா இவ்வளவு நான் சொல்றேன். லைவ்ல போயிட்டு இருக்கோம்.
Good evening everyone, I'm Dhanushri Ramesh and we are final year of Department of Psychology at the Vivekananda College of Arts and Science for Women. Today I am honored to present my research topic under the topic of association between resilience and well-being, Gen Z and adolescents. Under the guide of Dr. P. Prashant sir, Assistant Professor of Vivekananda College, background. So the Gen Z is the main process of adolescence is a critical space of life marked by the significant physical, emotional, and social changes. It is well-being is the adolescence is the age of group of 13 to 19, and the resilience is the ability to recover and adapt the face of the adversity and development and the situation stress. Well-being is a complete state of physical and emotional social. Let's see what is the result and need of study. The main theme of this need of study is to be when the adolescent Gen Z is born, anxiety, depression, stress among the adolescents under the importance of resilience, proactive factor of mental health and the emotional stability. This is my sample report. Total number of 120 adolescents and the age group to 13 to 18. Males to 15 and females to 61, and we got a demographic variable like gender, age, mother tongue, board of study, classes, etc. And the measure tools. I have used two tools, resilience and well-being. Resilience is the 12 items. There is no subscales. And second one, the well-being. Well-being has 5 subscales. Engagement prevents you. Optimistic contains happiness. This is my Rivaldi scales of resilience and well-being. Finding, I have found in this research that to examine the relationship between resilience and well-being, there is no significant relationship between resilience and age, and there is no significant relationship between well-being and age. There is a significant relationship between age and creativity, and there is a significant positive relationship found between resilience and well-being. We have found resilience is positive relationship between 5 subscales. Conclusion. In this conclusion, we have concluded that there is no significant relationship between resilience and well-being, no unknown hazard, and significant positive relationship between the age and preventivity. And positive relationship was founded between resilience and well-being. If the resilience increases, well-being also increases. It is based on their adolescence. These are limitations in this group. This we got a self-reported geographically, demographically. The sample size is small. And there is a Gen Z over the well-being, and among the school students we have conducted the Gen Z adolescent. This is a reference code.
Okay, good. Will you be able to answer some questions? Yes? Okay. First போயிடல Gen Z அப்படின்னு எடுத்துக்கிட்டீங்கல்ல, இப்போ நம்ம இருக்கிறது என்னது? நீங்க Gen Z-யா? சரி, உங்களை பற்றி சொல்லணும்னா, like leave this study apart. Based on your study, what will be the result you can generalize for yourself? உன்னை பற்றி சொல்றா போதும். இந்த ரிசர்ச் வச்சு உனக்கு என்ன சொல்ல வர?
Gen Z is a vulnerable individual. This is consulted parents. With the consultation, we got the result samples. Among me, during this stage fear, like that, they will fear it, so they will change. Gen Z is that way.
Okay. எவ்வளோ பாப்புலேஷன் எடுத்துருக்கீங்களா ஸ்டடிக்கு? 120. எவ்வளோ மேல் எவ்வளோ ஃபீமேல்? 51 மேலா? ஓகே, 67. சிம்பிள் ரேண்டம் சாம்பிளிங்னா என்னமா? ரேண்டம் சாம்பிளிங் தான்.
ரேண்டம் சாம்பிளிங் வந்து யாரோ ரேண்டமாக இது பண்ணுறது. நான் வந்து மேனுவலாக ஸ்கூல் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் மட்டும் பர்டிகுலராக இது பண்ணுறேன்.
ஸ்கூல் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் மட்டும் பர்டிகுலர் செலக்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கீங்க. அதாவது அவங்கள செலக்ட் பண்ணிட்டு அவங்களுக்குள்ள ரேண்டம் பாப்புலேஷன் எடுத்துருக்கீங்க. ஓகே, வாங்க. தேங்க்யூ. Next, Sri Lokeshwari Murthy from Vivekananda College. Social media usage, mindfulness and emotional regulation. Before that, we have students from PSG College who presented first presentation on voting. Who will just explain about why they chose purposive sampling for their studies. We have already seen their presentation. They'll just elaborate on their sampling technique.
It is not random or convenient. It is solely like purposive sampling. Like we did not choose Coimbatore alone. Like we went to another district and took it. Like only particularly patients with schizophrenia were selected. So I guess it's purposive sampling. I don't think there will be any doubt in that. That's why I want to explain it again.
Okay. The combination of purposive sampling. What is those combinations?
It's solely purposive sampling. Like what I meant like combination is like we did not choose it like purposively, like conveniently, like this will be the population or this will be the patients and all. Like randomly we chose one particular hospital with the high risk factors of schizophrenia, and we have chosen that. It was purposive and it was random. Like it was not convenient at all to us. We went to another district and stayed there and got the data like that and all. It was hard task for us, but still I want to do it as well.
So can I present one more question actually? Not about this. You said like you chose the questionnaires like romba kashtamadhu panni. You have gone with 16 personality factors, right?
Yes.
How many statements were there, and how easy you were about to get data from those psychotic patients?
It was we chose 16 PM and it has numerous questions. We all know like how many questions are there. But the fact is, we not take it in one day at all. It almost took 1.5 months to get the data of 100 people alone. And already during the diagnostic interview itself, few results will be out. Like new patients will be coming, and the doctor will have the record of the results and all. So they already had some 16 PF results. So for them alone, we use the PRPS directly. But for others, we again ask them to come here when their checkup is there, their interviews, their consultant date, follow-up is there. So we're like, what is their timing and all. So accordingly, we have set a schedule and we have done it.
Why 16 PM? If you want to know about the personality, you have numerous other scales like Neo PPI எடுத்துக்கலாம் இல்ல ரொம்ப சின்ன scales நிறைய இருக்கு. Why 16 PM?
We feel that it is the most standardized. Okay, like Neo 5 has 5 traits alone, it is enough. Yeah. But what we felt this trait should be like particularly for schizophrenia, it is a spectrum. It have lots of variables. Yes. So we want to like standardizely how many variables is that will be the best result. Okay. So we thought that more than that 5 traits, maybe 16 would be best for us.
Okay, then have you done any like results with those 16 traits? இப்போ 16 எக்ஸிபிஷன்ஸ் இருக்குல்ல, அதுக்கு தனித்தனியா இன்டர்பிரேஷன் ஏதாவது போட்டுருக்கீங்களா?
As now for each and everything we have correlated with the risk factors as well as the comorbidity. For example, like factor A is there. For that 19 comorbidity and risk factors will be there. So for one trait alone we have correlated with everything. And similarly for that one risk factor we have correlated again with the personality trait.
Wonderful one. Thank you. Can we have next participant from Behavourial College? Okay, yeah. Sri Lokeshwari Murthy and Lam.
மைக் கேட்குறாங்க.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a privilege to stand here today at today's national conference. I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share my work with such a distinguished audience. I am Sri Lokeshwari Murthy, a final year undergraduate student studying at Behavourial institutions. My research primarily focuses on social media usage. I am excited to present our study titled The Social Media Usage, Mindfulness and Emotional Regulation under the guidance of Ms. Lavanya L., Assistant Professor, Department of Psychology. I would like to acknowledge our Behavourial institutions, faculty members, Department of Psychology, I would like to extend my gratitude to my respected family and my dearest friends and respondents. The need for my study is the increasing prevalence of social media usage among college students, the potential influence of social media on mental health and emotional well-being, the role of mindfulness in emotional regulation. Social media is a hallmark of contemporary life, especially for young adults. College students rely on social media for academic and personal purposes. Social media is central to modern life, particularly for college students, also known as digital natives. The benefits of using social media was for networking, entertainment, creativity, and the quick learning. And also there are some challenges for overuse is linked to emotional dysregulation, stress, and isolation. Mindfulness is the practice of paying focused, non-judgmental attention to the present moment, which includes awareness of thoughts, feelings, and bodily sensation. Mindfulness as an awareness of the present moment can influence college students' social media usage by fostering greater attention to how they interact with digital content. It can influence their scrolling behavior on social media by encouraging them to be more aware of their actions and emotional responses while using these platforms. When students are mindful, they are less likely to engage in mindless scrolling and are more likely to choose content that aligns with their values or current needs. This awareness can reduce the negative effects of social media such as stress or comparison and help students maintain a healthier balance between online engagement and academic or personal life. Mindfulness supports more intentional social media use, enhancing emotional regulation and overall well-being. Emotional regulation is the ability to influence one's emotional state, including the modulation of emotions in response to external or internal triggers, to achieve desired outcomes in various situations. Excessive social media use can diminish emotional regulation by increasing emotional reactivity. Social media usage is the activities individuals engage in on social networks platform, including communication, content sharing, and information consumption. The review of literature, I have seen that most of the researchers have used the purposeful social media use and the development of psychological capital. Looked at how purposeful social media usage can contribute to the development of psychological capital. They found that individuals who purposefully used social media to promote personal growth and positive actions developed stronger psychological capital, which led to improved emotional regulation. The impact of mindfulness on consumer behavior and emotional regulation in the context of social media content. Explored how social media content, when combined with mindfulness practices, affects consumer behavior and emotional regulation. The study focused on how consumers' emotional responses to advertisements and posts on social media influenced their decision-making and purchasing behavior. Objectives. The objective of my study is to examine the relationship between social media usage, mindfulness, and emotional regulation among college students. It focuses on understanding the frequency and patterns of social media usage. My hypothesis was that there is a significant negative correlation between social media usage and emotional regulation, and there is a significant negative correlation between social media usage and mindfulness, and there is a significant positive correlation between mindfulness and emotional regulation. The research design used here was correlational and descriptive research design. It focuses on understanding the prevalence and relationship between variables. The research design is used when the researcher seeks to understand the prevalence of and the relationship between two or more variables in a single study. The independent variable used here is social media usage, and the dependent variables are mindfulness and emotional regulation.
The present study was conducted on a sample of 134 college students from various streams in a private women's college. A convenient sampling method was utilized. The sample was collected from students who volunteered to participate in the study at our college. The independent variable is social media usage. The social media use scale. It is a validated self-report questionnaire to assess the various dimensions of social media usage among individuals, particularly college students. It is particularly useful in research exploring the nature of social media engagement and its psychological outcomes such as emotional regulation, mindfulness and well-being. The questionnaire consists of 17 items with 4 subscales, namely image-based, comparison-based, belief-based and consumption-based. The participants are requested to respond on a 9-point Likert scale ranging from 1 to 9. Next, the second questionnaire used was the emotional regulation questionnaire. It is designed to assess individual differences in the habitual use of 2 emotion regulation strategies: cognitive reappraisal and expressive suppression. It consists of 10 items with the 2 subscales, namely reappraisal and suppression, with a 7-point Likert scale, and the reliability was from 0.672. The third questionnaire used here was Mindful Attention Awareness Scale. It is a widely used self-report instrument used to measure the individual's ability to maintain attention and awareness of present moment experiences. It consists total number of 15 items with a 6-point Likert scale. The present study was conducted to study the relationship between social media usage, mindfulness and emotional regulation among private college students. The obtained data were analyzed by applying SPSS software in descriptive statistics, Pearson moment correlation and the regression analysis. Scrolling through reels on social media can provide entertainment, creativity and quick learning. However, excessive use can lead to addiction, time wasting, mental health issues and shortened attention spans. It significantly impacts society by shaping trends and influencing how people engage with content. Descriptive results revealed that most of the respondents selected the purpose of using social media as entertainment 61.9%, followed by 18.7% of education and learning, followed by social interactions and self-promotion. The majority of the respondents are aged 18 to 20, with smaller proportions below 18 and above 20. Most respondents spend less than 3 hours daily on social media, followed by 3 to 5 hours and a minority above 5 hours. Pearson correlation was used to obtain the correlation between mindfulness, subscales of mindfulness such as image-based, comparison-based, belief-based and consumption-based, and the subscales of emotional regulation among the private college students. There is a significant positive correlation between mindfulness and emotional appraisal. There is a negative correlation between mindfulness and comparison-based social media usage. Subscale findings are there is no significant correlation between the subscales of social media and emotional regulation. Studies show mindfulness increases reappraisal in emotional regulation. Higher mindfulness leads to reduced social comparison and emotional distress. The regression analysis between mindfulness and emotional reappraisal as the dependent variable. Result also found that mindfulness significantly predicts emotional reappraisal with 8.7% of its variance. The predictor is statistically significant and indicating that mindfulness has a meaningful impact on emotional regulation. The findings of the study align with the previous research, which has found that mindfulness accounts for significant variance in emotional regulation outcomes, highlighting its predictive power. A one-way ANOVA between subjects, ANOVA with post hoc, was carried out to find the difference between daily social media usage hours and the image-based subscales of the social media usage. The ANOVA showed that there was no significant difference between the people using social media below 3 hours and image-based social media usage. There was a significant difference between 3 to 5 hours and above 5 hours on social media, image-based social media usage. College students are at a critical developmental stage. Where they are navigating significant changes in their social, emotional and academic lives. Social media plays a substantial role in shaping their daily interactions, social dynamics and emotional experiences. The present study shows that social media usage can be an emerging problem among college students in the modern era. The findings of this study highlight the positive relationship between mindfulness and emotional regulation. The result also indicates that excessive social media engagement in the field of image-based and comparison-based usage is associated with poorer mindfulness. And also it found that mindfulness significantly predicts the emotional reappraisal with its 8.7% variance. Students who are higher mindfulness demonstrate greater emotional stability and are better able to handle the emotional fluctuations often triggered by social media. These findings suggest that mindfulness may serve as a valuable tool in mitigating the negative emotional effects of social media usage. The study focuses exclusively on women college students, limiting the generalizability of findings to other population and outside the college environment. The study focuses on a small sample size, which may limit the statistical power to detect meaningful relationship between variables. The limitations also include self-reporting bias, cultural and regional variations, and the evolving social media usage trends. And the study may not focus on the interventions for excessive social media usage. The implications of this study are significant across academic, educational, clinical, and social domains. It also highlights the need for the development of targeted mental health interventions, educational programs, and institutional policies to support digital well-being. The study contributes to a greater understanding of the psychological impacts of social media usage and underscores the importance of balanced usage and mindfulness practices in enhancing mental health outcomes. The recommendations are: it investigates additional factors contributing to social media usage such as sleep habits, memory, attention, and impulsivity. Intervention strategies such as emphasize mindfulness practice such as meditation and focused breathing. Develop and implement emotional regulation strategies like cognitive reappraisal. And also the longitudinal research importance explores the long-term benefits of mindfulness and emotional regulation interventions over time. Thank you.
That was a good presentation actually. Congrats. And I have two questions for you. One is, you have told that you have taken the samples for only for women. So if it is for men, what might be the changes? Do you have any idea about it? How the percentage might be varying?
I think for women, I can found there is no negative correlation between social media usage and emotional regulation. It may be in the existing studies and review of literature for the means that may be available to get the negative correlations.
So what kind of negative correlation might be?
Significant negative correlations.
Okay, fine. So another question, you have told that the entertainment part is holding 61%.
Yes, ma'am.
So as a teacher, we might be worrying about it. Why? Because most of the time the students or the community which need to be in progressive is wasting their time in entertainment part. So as a psychologist, can you suggest any thing to recover from that?
In my point of view, researches may comes from the curiosity, ma'am. When in our college, when we out of the lecture class, so many times I noticed I'm mainly more concerned with the trend and watching reels, ma'am. As a psychologist, maybe we may have the mindfulness, ma'am. Mindfulness is the main concern to avoid the mindless social media usage, ma'am. How long we are connected with the present may reduces the usage of social media content and practicing the mindfulness and meditation such as.
So you have taken some samplings, right? So will you suggest this to that samples? Or to whom you have taken this survey?
Can you repeat this?
Like ma'am was asking, like you were saying about mindfulness therapy, that will you administer that therapy for people who were participating in that research?
Sorry ma'am, here I not mentioned mindfulness therapy. Mindfulness is the living in the present moment.
ma'am என்ன கேக்குறாங்கன்னா இவங்களுக்கு நீங்க கொடுப்பீங்களா?
No ma'am, I am not able to.
இப்போ இல்லம்மா, when you are able to, like when you
sure,
become a psychologist.
When I become psychologist, I will surely suggest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a minute. You were saying about mindfulness, right, just now. Is it very easy to follow, easy to be mindful all the time?
No, ma'am, it is the very toughest job.
Then why are you saying mindfulness as the first component while you say about the therapy?
Not first component, ma'am. How I say it has some how tough it was that applications and the benefits it holds, ma'am. Then only I try.
Okay, just think like I'm somewhat addicted to social media, and you want to tell me some like small tips to avoid being addicted. Okay, but tell me some practical components which I can follow right now, maybe.
Reading books.
Okay.
Chatting with friends lively.
Okay.
Outdoor playings.
Okay. Any other things?
Focuses on the curiosities, ma'am.
What curiosity?
In our daily lives, we have some curiosities, ma'am.
Okay, what interests us apart from social media?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Next, we have Kritik Roshni from Tyagaraja College. Participant, please restrict your presentations to 7 minutes. Because additional you present பண்ணிட்டு போகும்போது it will be a negative factor for you. Which will say like உனக்கு time ஒழுங்கா manage பண்ண தெரியல. புரியுதா? So it is not like we are giving time and you can present அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி கிடையாது. We didn't restrict her because she was going on a flow. நம்ம டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் பண்ணி நிறுத்துங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னா அது உங்களுக்கு ஒரு மாதிரி ஆங்ஷியஸா இருக்கும். But a good presenter should know like எந்த டைம்க்குள்ள நம்ம ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ணி முடிக்கணும் அப்படிங்கிறதும் சரி, அந்த டைம்க்குள்ள எப்படி பெஸ்டா ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ண முடியுங்கிறதையும் பார்த்துக்கோங்க. ஓகேயா? தேங்க்யூ. அஸ்வத்தின்னு யாராவது இருக்கீங்களா? You want to use the cab facility?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. பார்த்துக்கோ. You can start.
Good evening all. I am J. Kritik Roshni from Tyagaraja College. I am pursuing my BSc Psychology second year in Tyagaraja College. My title is Social Influence and Fashion Involvement in Shaping Brand Loyalty in Gen Z Consumers. Under the sub-theme Consumer Behavioral Marketing Strategies. So let me introduce my variables. I have 2 independent variables and 1 dependent variable. Social influence and fashion involvement are the independent variable and brand loyalty is the dependent variable. So social influence is like change in one's attitude or behavior or belief by the interaction of others. With the interaction with others, the change happens in one's belief or attitude. And fashion involvement is the level of emotional connection a person has towards fashion. And brand loyalty is a persistent preference towards a particular brand or company's brand loyalty. And I have particularly done this study with Gen Z consumers. So Gen Z consumers, why Gen Z consumer is because these people are easily influenced by the social media platforms and other peer groups. And these people are into fashion than any other generation. So in literature review, I have used, according to Slellin's shopping habits are greatly influenced by peer recommendations and social media platforms. And in Gen Z consumers also, people are highly influenced by their other recommendations and peer influences. So need for the study is in business or in understanding consumer psychology, Gen Z consumers are significant consumers which every company should focus. So that is why this study is importantly done on Gen Z consumers. And the role of fashion and social dynamics is that it is not independent, its impact is not directly or indirectly studied in any studies. So that is one thing for taking fashion involvement and social influence. And as already said, Gen Z consumers, because they are easily influenced by social media platforms and they are into fashion. The methodology first aim is to explore the relationship between social influence and brand loyalty separately and as well as with fashion involvement and brand loyalty. The objective is to investigate whether the social influence and fashion involvement have an effect on brand loyalty. So our hypothesis 1 states that social influences significantly positively impact brand loyalty among Gen Z consumers and fashion involvement is significantly correlated with brand loyalty. The research design that I've used is quantitative and correlational design. Sampling method used is simple random sampling method. So procedure is the data were collected through online surveys using simple random technique and with the standardized tools. The tools used were susceptibility to interpersonal influence scale, clothing involvement scale and customer loyalty scale. Data were analyzed using descriptive statistics, correlation analysis and regression analysis. So the result is in descriptive statistics was done with gender. So in this fashion involvement and brand loyalty did not have a significance with the gender. But social influence, male are highly susceptible to social influence than females. And in correlation analysis, social influence and fashion involvement had a strong significance, but these did not have a significance or a positive correlation with the brand loyalty. The reasons could, for male having high susceptibility to social influences, these people are adhering to societal norms and group dynamics, and males are highly into social media than females. And next is for having weak and negative correlation of social influence and fashion involvement with brand loyalties, because the Gen Z consumers are influenced by, or they are seeing the brand value and reputation and other things other than the fashion and social influence. So my hypothesis was social influence and fashion involvement will have an impact on brand loyalty, but the research showed that it is opposite. It does not have an influence on brand loyalty. So the Gen Z consumers are influenced, or they are seeing the brand reputation, price, quality other than these things. So this is the conclusion, and limitation is like the sample size I have taken is 120. So sample size is limited and there may be self-report biases. And the implication is this can be used to understand the consumer's way of seeing the brand or creating brand loyalty. So companies can focus on these things to understand the consumer psychology. Thank you.
Thank you. Good presentation actually. So I'm having one question. You are told that, you have presented that the brand loyalty might get increased due to social media influence. So can you give your suggestion or ideology why it is not so?
Can you repeat the question?
Can you give the implication why it is not so?
Why it is not influence? Ma'am, maybe it is like sample size I have taken is 120, ma'am. So I cannot completely say the social influence did not have an impact also. There are people who are getting influenced by social media to a particular brand, but people who are consciously thinking that price, quality and other things, who value these things are also there. So not easily people are influenced. There are 50-50 population who get influenced and they are not getting influenced. So the 120 may be seeing these things, the other population might have an influence also.
So is the social media, in previous presentation someone presented that the social media is influencing for entertainment purpose. So
ma'am,
let me conclude my question. So, and moreover, it was survey was conducted for women in the previous thing. Okay, in previous presentation. So, can you incorporate that with this?
Ma'am, here in my study, males are highly susceptible to social influence. Here, not only social media, ma'am, social influence is like including social media and other peer recommendations or family recommendation, all combination is social influence here. So not completely social, I have not taken completely social media, but in my case, it is male who are highly susceptible to social influence, maybe including social media platforms. In the previous study, it is female, but I don't think so. In my study, it is male people are highly involved in social media.
Okay, thank you.
ஒரு நிமிஷம் கொஞ்சம் முன்னாடி இந்த சென்சி அப்படிங்கிறது எந்த இயர் வரைக்கும் இருக்குதா?
From 1997 to 2012.
2012. அதுக்கே நீங்கள் இவ்வளோ சொல்கிறீங்க அப்படின்னா இப்போ 2013 2024 வரைக்கும் அவங்க நம்மள லைக் இந்த உங்களை எல்லாத்தையும் விட டபுள் அட்வான்ஸ்டா இருப்பாங்கல்ல. இப்போ இந்த ரிசல்ட்டை நான் அவங்களுக்கு ஜெனரலைஸ் பண்ண முடியுமா?
மேம் முடியாது மேம்.
ஏன்டா
மேம் இப்போ தான் சொன்ன மாதிரியே அட்வான்ஸ்டாக இருக்காங்க. அப்போ இதில் நெகட்டிவாக இருக்கிறப்போ அவங்களுக்கு இது பாசிட்டிவாக இருக்க வாய்ப்பு இருக்குது. ஏன்னா அதிகமான ஃபேஷன் இன்வால்மெண்ட் அண்ட் சோஷியல் இன்ஃப்ளூயன்ஸுக்கு இப்போ இருக்கிறவங்க இன்னும் அதிகமாகவே இருக்காங்க. அப்படின்றப்ப இந்த ரிசல்ட் அவங்களுக்கு நம்ம இது பண்ண முடியாது. மேபி தேர் வில் பி அ பாசிட்டிவ் ரிசல்ட் ஃபார் திஸ்.
ஓகே, ஒரு நிமிஷம் ஏஜ் குரூப் போங்க விஜய். ஏஜ் குரூப் என்ன ஏஜ் குரூப்ல எடுத்திருக்காங்க? இல்லை கொஞ்சம் முன்னாடி ஏஜ் குரூப் போட்டிருக்கீங்க.
ஏஜ் குரூப் ஐ ஹவ் நாட் மென்ஷன். ஐ மென்ஷன் தி இயர் 1997 to 2012.
ஸோ இப்போ நீங்கள் வந்து யார் அதுக்குள்ள பர்த்டேஸ் இருக்கோ அவங்க மாதிரி இருக்கிறாங்க எடுத்திருக்கீங்க. ஓகே, சிம்பிள் ரேண்டம் சாம்பிளிங். ஓகே, என்ன ஸ்கேல்ஸ் யூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கேன்? கஸ்டமர் லாயல்ட்டி, க்ளோத்திங் இன்வால்மெண்ட் அண்ட் இன்டர்பர்சனல் இன்ஃப்ளூயன்ஸ் ஸ்கேல். ஓகே, தேங்க்யூ.
தேங்க்யூ மேம்.
Next we have Ms. Ashwati ma'am from Institute of Mental Health, Kilpauk, to elaborate on gender differences in compassion systematically.
Good evening all. So Ashwati here to present the study on gender differences in compassion, a systematic review. Next. So here is a basic overview of the presentation. Next. So compassion is basically the emotional response to another person's suffering coupled with the desire to alleviate that suffering, and this is considered to be a critical component of prosocial behavior. Despite its universal importance, gender differences in compassion have been widely documented, with research suggesting that women generally exhibit higher levels of empathy and nurturing behaviors compared to men. Despite the theoretical underpinnings, empirical studies present mixed findings. Some research indicates significant gender differences in compassion, with women reporting higher levels of empathy and altruistic behavior, whereas other studies suggest that these differences may be context dependent or influenced by the methods used to measure compassion. So this systematic review primarily aims to synthesize the existing literature to clarify the extent and the nature of gender differences in compassion and identify those factors, the factors contributing to these differences. So specifically it addresses three prime questions. First, are there consistent gender differences in the levels and expressions of compassion? How do cultural and methodological factors influence the reported gender differences? And what are the implications of these differences for designing the interventions to foster compassion? So for this, a comprehensive search of peer-reviewed articles were conducted using the databases such as PubMed, PsycInfo, Scopus and ItMed. And the following were the keywords included for searching the studies. And the studies published between 2000 and 2023 were included to ensure their relevance, with a specific focus on the research conducted in India. So the following were the criteria for including the studies in the analysis. Studies examining compassion or closely related constructs, and studies that reported gender-specific findings, and studies employing quantitative, qualitative or mixed method approaches, and studies conducted in diverse cultural contexts. And the exclusion criteria were studies that did not provide gender-specific data, theoretical papers without empirical findings, non-peer-reviewed sources, and the studies that were not available in English or any other major Indian languages. And as the analysis began, about 500 relevant research works were identified through database searching, and about 20 studies were removed for duplicates, and the remaining 480 studies were screened for the inclusion and the exclusion criteria by skimming through the abstracts and the titles, and about 330 studies were excluded, and the remaining 150 full text articles were assessed for the eligibility. And from that, about 120 studies were excluded for the reasons of ineligible population, wrong intervention, poor methodological quality and incomplete data, and the resultant 30 studies were included in this qualitative synthesis. And the key data extracted from the eligible studies included the sample characteristics such as the age, socioeconomic status, measurement tools like self-reports and observations, cultural context, be it collectivistic or individualistic, and main findings related to gender differences. And finally, a thematic analysis were conducted to identify the patterns and inconsistencies across the studies. And starting with the gender differences in compassion, majority of the studies reported higher levels of self-reported compassion among women compared to men, as they were more likely to engage in caregiving behaviors, whereas men's expression of compassion were often observed in context involving protective or action-oriented behaviors. Of course, cultural norms greatly influence these differences, especially in collectivistic societies like India, where interdependence and group harmony are emphasized. Both gender displayed higher levels of compassion, narrowing the gender gap. And of course, methodological factors also contributed to these findings, where self-reported studies showed that the compassion scores were significantly higher for women, whereas the observational studies showed no or little significant differences. Okay, also situational factors greatly influence these differences. As women were more likely to express compassion in interpersonal or caregiving scenarios, whereas men's compassion were more prominent in group-based or high-stakes situations such as the emergencies. Next. So these findings actually underscore the importance of adopting intersectional approaches to studying compassion, be it culture, age, and socioeconomic status. So basically, it is not gender that influences the differences in compassion. Many other factors, be it age, socioeconomic status, greatly influence these differences because studies show that people from higher socioeconomic status tend to express compassion through materialistic assistance, while those coming from lower socioeconomic status tend to express in terms of more emotional support or shared experiences. And similarly, younger adults tend to engage in compassion through immediate emotional support, whereas older adults tend to express it through more caregiving or long-term emotional support. And moreover, neural findings also highlight that men and women undergo distinct mechanisms when expressing or experiencing compassion, such as the fMRI study associated with emotional empathy, such as the anterior insula and the anterior cingulate cortex, whereas men show heightened activity in the brain regions associated with cognitive empathy, such as the dorsomedial prefrontal cortex. Next. So addressing these nuances can greatly inform gender sensitive approaches to fostering compassion, but there are a lot of other constructs that contribute to these differences, be it biological, cultural, as well as methodological factors, as we saw. Next slide. So we can actually implement all these, may really benefit from compassion fostering interventions, such as emphasizing on more action oriented expressions like the voluntary based community services, while those targeting women might focus on balancing the emotional sensitivity as in the case of the mindfulness based stress reduction. And future research may really prioritize longitudinal designs as well as more culturally diverse samples. And the limitations of the study include cultural generalizability and gender binary approach. So though we have discussed a lot of cultural factors, majority of the studies come from the Western societies, where the gender norms are very much different from the non-Western societies. So further studies may expand on considering more diverse context in understanding the expression as well as the experience of compassion as well as gender binary approach. So here we are understanding the differences in compassion only in terms of male and female, but as gender is increasing in its spectrum, the future studies can expand on understanding the way of expressing compassion by including more non-conforming, non-gender conforming individuals, or so that they can get more knowledge about compassion, understanding compassion far beyond the traditional gender norms or roles that is played. So these are the references of the study. Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Very good, ma'am. You tried a topic which is in need of this hour actually. And from the result, from your study, let me explain your complete study in a line. Correct me if I'm wrong. You are saying like both men and women have good level of compassion, but women are more oriented in showing it as affection, whereas men are oriented in showing it as an action of protection, right? Okay. Among all, like you are in IMH, right?
Yes.
You would have seen many kind of clinical population. Why this topic?
I think when it comes to like the clinical population, we tend to see it only in terms of the clinical symptoms or something. But beyond that, as I mentioned, this is a very basic factor that influences how a person is engaging in some sort of pro-social behavior, starting from their family. So women, though we are seeing like the traditional gender norms are changing widely, the gender stigma and kind of things are still prevailing, and the studies still show that. So that is something that greatly influences, because be it as we know, the prognostic factors of any mental illness is greater for female than for male. As already a participant very well spoke about stoicism, which is again linked to this. Of course, we see a lot of male cases there where the prognostic factors really hit. So, but studies like as we mentioned show that women are more prone to self-report their compassion. So they feel that they are really compassionate.
Like more women are more emotionally expressive.
Yeah,
and
expressive.
They want to be,
Yeah. So I think when coming to positive psychology, compassion is the basis of any kind of expression.
Exactly.
That is what I feel. Like only if you are compassionate to self and others, you will be able to reflect that onto other aspects of personal as well as social well-being. That is something mental.
Very good, ma'am. You took systematic review, right?
Yes, ma'am.
If it is not systematic review, it let us think like it's a current study where you focused on this kind of Gen Z population. What would be the results? Because we could see like these the people who are here at this age. It's my personal thought. Correct me if I'm wrong, actually. When we compare people of olden age, they were more compassionate and they were more like culturally oriented than when we compare this kind of population, who are like more a kind of self-oriented people. That kind of thing I could see normally. Whether there will be any change in the compassion level from that gen to this gen?
As you mentioned, ma'am, India is currently considered to be both collectivistic and individualistic, because the norms are changing when it comes to the current.
We are slowly moving from collectivistic to individualistic.
Yeah, that is a kind of research that is going again. Coming back to your question, the current kind of study result, I think it greatly depends again on the methods that we are employing, because I think I should opt in for more qualitative kind of methods, like a semi-structured interview or something. So I suspect there won't be any much differences, like when it comes to culture, or because as the studies, so I really want to work on this further by using like neither self-reporting, which can lead to more and more bias, or the observational study, which is not practical in our kind of circumstances. So semi-structured interview would be my kind of option, and based on the results, I suspect there won't be any much difference.
If it is that, it's highly appreciable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, and we have Lalita ma'am from Christ College. Okay, both of them. Okay, Lalita ma'am and Brenda Ryan. Yeah, please be on stage.
Good evening, ma'am. I'm pretty sure you would have just seen me, I think 2 minutes ago, walking around right here, being a bit nervous, being a bit stressed about the presentation. So my topic is entirely about stress. So we are focusing on the negative aspect of stress, that is distress. Now, when we conducted a literature review, we came across a research gap where there were a lot of studies conducted only on the effect of distress on decision making, only on individuals with, let's say, long-term health issues, let's say cancer or any kind of learning disabilities. It was not conducted on individuals with healthy population. And the second thing is there were a lot of research conducted with on the influence of eustress on decision making rather than distress. So that's the entire reason why we took this topic. The next slide, please. So, and our sample size, the next slide, please. So, our sample size is 17 to 22 years, that is young adults. So, we also look, in India especially, we see that young adults, there are a lot of factors which are prone to stress in them. But they are also in a situation where they start making small life decisions. Let's say going to a relationship or choosing what college they want to. And that's what the entire thing, that's what our objectives also say. Analyzing the influence of distress and styles of decision making, assessing the levels of distress and decision making among both the genders. We also wanted to take in the aspect of third gender, but since we used purposive sampling, it was not very easy to get to the third gender. It was not very easy. And as I said, we also wanted to assess the influence of relationship status on levels of distress and decision making. The next slide. We had in all 2 alternative hypotheses and 1 null hypothesis. The alternate hypothesis stated that there's a positive relationship between distress and styles of decision making. And it also stated that there is a significant difference among genders in distress and decision making. The null hypothesis stated that there is no significant distress because of relationship status on distress and decision making. As I already stated, we had purposive sampling and almost 210 participants. Our research, the questionnaire, it was given in the form of a questionnaire in both online and offline mode. So in online mode, it was given to students in Christ University and the nearby colleges. In offline mode, I had conducted in my school because it was more easier with purposive sampling. And the inclusion, we also included one major criteria in this, that is students proceeding for a drop year. Even though we couldn't, in GRT, we couldn't find a lot of students pursuing drop year, since a lot of examination centers, they don't easily allow psychologists or any other participants to give research questions to them. But I did try to get a considerable number of responses from students pursuing drop year, since they undergo a lot of stress. The next slide. The major demographic details collected were gender and relationship status. The instruments used were decision-making questionnaire and perceived stress questionnaire. Both are very commonly used scales, and they are also stated by the American Psychological Association. They also have a good amount of reliability and validity, and in the perceived stress questionnaire, it also has a validity where it is only valid for 4 weeks, because since stress is a very subjective experiences, what the individuals have responded in the particular questionnaire, it is only applicable for the last 1 month which they have faced. The next one. And since sensitive questions regarding relationship status, especially to teenagers and young adults, were taken, anonymity was confidential and anonymity was completely followed. The participants were well informed about the purpose and nature of the study. Even in the offline mode and the online mode, the researchers were not exactly present when they were taking, but we were around so that if they didn't understand the meaning of anything or they had any doubts, they were free to ask and reflect on queries.
So when it comes to analysis of data, we use demo application. In that we use Pearson correlation to check the significant relationship between distress and styles of decision making. And we used independent sample t-test to test the significant difference among genders and also to test the relationship status. So when we discuss about the results of correlation, the correlation p-value is 0.22, which means the p-value exceeded 0.001, which shows the that there exists correlation. Next. Okay. So it shows that weak positive correlation, which means they have correlation, but it is not that much strong, that much significant. And also, the hypothesis is retained. Like we have the alternate hypothesis as there is significant difference between two variables, and that hypothesis is retained. Next one. So this is the result of independent sample t-test, and here also the p-value is above 0.001, and for question answer also 0.001 it is above. So here also it shows there is no significant relationship between distress and styles of decision making among genders. It rejects our alternate hypothesis. And so this is the result of relationship status. Here also the value is above 0.001. So here also it shows that they do not indicate a significant difference, and the hypothesis is retained. Like we had the null hypothesis, like there is no significant difference when we consider the relationship status, and that hypothesis is retained. So this is the conclusion, like our hypothesis, alternate hypothesis is retained, like the significant difference exists between distress and decision making, but when we consider with gender, the relationship between distress and decision making is not much correlated, but somewhat it shows that there is a significant difference. And limitations. So limitations, we focused only on young adults in Bangalore and Coimbatore, since we are from Bangalore and Coimbatore. And we used purposive sampling. Also, purposive sampling leads to chances of bias. And participants have a tendency to be influenced by middle category bias. Like we have used in questionnaire, like to rate, we gave the rating like 1 to 5, like stars. So middle category bias may happen. Thank you.
So good presentation actually. So one question. You spoke about stress. I mean distress, and which will mean influencing your decision making. So, and one saying is that while you're in anger, you should not take any decision. Yes. So, why it is so?
Ma'am, so I generally feel, when you're stressed, let's say our physiological symptoms of stress. Now when I was, like I said, when I was stressed, I was walking around, I was pacing around. We also have lots of physiological effects, let's say fast heartbeat, hands start sweating. We do not have a clear rational or logical way of thought, which can also lead to a bias when making decisions. That might be an answer to the question.
Actually, it was a good presentation, and எப்பவுமே we focus only on stress, நிறையா ஸ்டடீஸ் பார்த்தோம் அப்படின்னா ஜஸ்ட் ஸ்ட்ரெஸ்ங்கிற மாதிரி இருக்கும். யூ ட்ரைட் சம்திங் நியூ லைக் டிஸ்ட்ரெஸ் மட்டும் பார்க்கலாம் அப்படின்னு பார்த்துருக்கீங்க. ஓகே குட். could you please elaborate on the questionnaire you used? Perceived stress scale போட்டிருக்கீங்க. I know it is reliable and it is standardized. Okay. அதோட ரிசல்ட்ஸ் எப்படி வரும்? How will be the interpretation part? Whether it will have like you stress இவ்வளோ distress இவ்வளோன்னு இருக்கா, இல்லை it just low, moderate and high level of stress இருந்துச்சா?
Low, moderate, high level.
Okay, இதில் வந்து people who fall under high level of stress, you took it as a distress.
More than high level of stress, we took it as a general thing. Or average population la நம்ம எடுத்த average sample la average level of stress இருக்கு. அதனால this might have a negative effect. We also had a little chat with them. Also, it was very short, just like how is your college going or how is your school going. It was little chat. We also used that as an interpretation to analyze the thing. And if you ask like anonymity irukapodhu neenga eppadi adha idu pannunga, we made like little small notes so that the user can.
Without knowing someone you can't predict something, right? That's understandable actually. Just I want to know like distress, you had it, you asked question only about their academics and other parts, right? What are the parts you asked question about? Only academics or related to other things also? Because a student might have problems with many different things, not only with academics. He may have problems with family, he may have problems with relationship, he may have problems with even financial status also, right? We can't pinpoint the stress under one common thing. So what are the questions you like altered for the particular student?
So in the actual Google Docs or the printout which we send them, we had a lot of demographic variables which we asked them. One among them was relationship status. We had things like family income, the marks which they scored in their high school board, a lot of other variables like that.
Have you asked about their family, whether it is like single parent family, nuclear?
We also had that.
Have you done any kind of relationship between that?
We have not found, we did not actually correlate them. While making the questionnaire, we took a lot of variables for the use of our, let's say, future research also.
Okay.
Right now, it is concentrated on this aspect.
Okay. Just from your perspective, could you please elaborate on one thing? Parental separation or being with a single parent will have any effect on their decision-making ability?
When we look at decision-making ability, we also see that when during literature review and all, I came a lot of articles which said that the way their parents or let's say the people whom they look up to, the way they make decisions also had an good influence on young adults. So yes, it might have a good number of influencing factors. And while making the research, we also had one kind of possibility for future research where we could identify factors in particular which influence distress other than social factors. Because
that is like personality factors or sometimes it is from their parents, way they observe and learn. Just I want to shift to the other question. Why didn't you consider about their coping levels like emotional intelligence or other kind of social support or which things which they use for handling their stress?
Right now, this was actually I'm a first year student.
Okay, good. So, actually, for first year, this was a wonderful presentation.
For now, the questionnaire which we made and which we gave was we had a lot of demographic variables so that we could use it for the next research in maybe in future. Right now, we just thought it would be better to start with this and maybe build the research better.
Very good.
We'll surely consider your.
Thank you. Good. Very good. Next we have, thank you Rios. Next we have Divya from First Applied, Rathinam College. Last slot for our presentation for today's session. Divya ma'am, before going to the topic, what is your topic?
Promoting.
Work-life happiness. Work-life happiness. Hey, ஏன்டா ஆஃப் பண்ணி விட்டீங்க? இல்ல நான் இது சொல்லடா, ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா தான் ஆஃப் ஆச்சு. சாமி இந்த மெயிலா இது ஆக்சஸ் பண்ணிக்கவா நாங்க? அதான் இது இங்க எங்கிட்ட இருக்கு. நீ அதுல பண்ணு, நான் இது ஓபன் பண்ணிக்கிறேன். நீ அப்படியே பண்ணுங்க, நான் இதுல ஆன் பண்றேன், நீ ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுங்க. அது வேணும்டா, அதை பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கட்டும், அது வரைக்கும் நீ வெயிட் பண்ண வேணாம், ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுன்னு சொல்றேன்.
Good evening all. My topic is promoting
workplace
workplace happiness. Workplace happiness through positive leadership practice. Introduction for the role of positive leadership promoting happiness. How the positive leaders can promote happiness to the employees working under there. And we have variables like emotional support, recognition and appreciation, empowerment, work-life balance. Coming to emotional support, if the higher authority, who is a manager or in higher post leaders who prioritize empathy of the employees and to express concern, seek support without fear or judgment will lead to a positive leadership that who promote happiness and recognition of appreciation, like acknowledging employees' effort and appreciating them or giving reward for their work will lead to positive leadership, positive leadership that promote happiness and empowerment, personal growth, like providing opportunities to the employees will promote happiness, work-life balance, leader who respects and respect boundaries and advocate flexible policies contribute to employee holistic well-being. Need for study. In organizational psychology, consistently highlight the importance of workplace happiness as a driver of both individual and organizational outcome. Happy employees tend to exhibit higher level of creativity, better problem-solving abilities, and create commitment to their organization. Conversely, unhappy or unhealthy workplace are often characterized by higher employees turnover rates, absenteeism and reduced productivity. As organization grapples with challenges with remote work, economic uncertainties, etc. Review of literature. These are my review of literature. I have to. Methodology. This aims to explore employees' experience with positive leadership practices and their impact on workplace happiness. Population, I have taken 50 employees from Tamil Nadu under overall population. Tools used, I have used semi-structured interview and open-ended questions. These are the questions I have used while interviewing the subject. And data analysis, this is thematic analysis was used to analyze the qualitative data. This is a qualitative study actually. Result and discussion. This section presents the key findings. Like 50 employees I have took, and the result organized major themes like empathy and emotional support, recognition and appreciation. One participant shared this. My manager noticed I was struggling and offered flexible work hours. This will says the empathy of the leader and his or her emotion is supported through this, and recognition and appreciation. Simple acknowledgement during team meetings makes a big difference. It's like motivating them by giving appreciation and recognizing them for their work. Transparent communication. When our leader shared this response from my subject, emphasize that transparent leadership practice, where the leaders are very transparent to their employer, to their teammates. This will work very good at their work. Empowerment and professional growth. These results align with the transformational leadership theories, which is my superior trust me to handle key projects, which has boosted my confidence in professionals. Work-life balance and challenges identified. These are the responses I got from while interviewing them. Conclusion. Here I conclude that positive leadership practice and their impact on workplace happiness, focusing on 50 employees, this will
lead to a personal growth and professional growth, and maintain a work-life balance. These are the limitations. Time constraint was my main limitations here, and I took small population, only 50 samples I took. Lack of longitudinal perspective and comparative analysis. Thank you. These are reference.
Good. So I have one question. It is a general question actually. So you have told about the positive side of a positive leadership.
No, I have also say about the negative challenges.
Okay, can you say something?
Challenges identified here. Once, while my leader is supportive, not all இதில் வந்துட்டு அவங்க லீடர் மட்டும் they are supportive, not other departments. அது வந்து இவங்களுக்கு கன்சிடரேட்டராக இருந்திருக்கு. அதுவும் வந்து நான் இங்கே இன்வால்வ் பண்ணியிருக்கேன்.
நீங்கள் வந்து பாசிட்டிவ் லீடர்ஷிப் பற்றி தானே பேசியிருக்கீங்க. அப்போ அவங்க லீடர் பற்றி தானே அவங்க பேசியிருக்கீங்க. அப்போது அவங்க லீடர் வந்து பாசிட்டிவாக இருந்தும் சம்திங் there might be some negatives. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி ஏதாவது இருந்திருக்கா நீங்கள் எடுத்த சாம்பிள்ஸில்?
நோ மேம், ஃபியூ மே செட் தட் இப்படி இருந்திருக்கலான்னு சஜஷன்ஸ் அந்த மாதிரி கொஷின்ஸ் தான் நான் ஃப்ரேம் பண்ணியிருந்தேன். ஸோ வந்துட்டு நெகட்டிவ் சைடு இன்னும் வந்து ஃபர்தராக ஐ வாண்ட் டு டூ. இது வந்து ஃபுல் ஆஃப் பாசிட்டிவ் சைட்ஸ் நான் எடுத்துருந்தேன்.
நான் ஏன் கேட்குறேன்னா எனிதிங் have positive and as well as negative. ஒரு பாசிட்டிவ் லீடர்ஷிப்பாகவே இருந்தாலுமே அவங்களையும் ஒரு நெகட்டிவ் இருக்கத்தான் செய்யும். சரிங்களா? ஸோ அவங்க இப்போ வந்து அவங்களுக்கு கீழே ஒர்க் பண்ணுறவங்க அதை எக்ஸ்பிரஸ் பண்ண மாட்டாங்க, திஸ் இஸ் நெகட்டிவ் ஆஃப் யூ அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி ஏதாவது எடுத்திருக்கீங்களா? அந்த சாம்பிள்ஸ் வச்சுட்டு நீங்கள் ஏதாவது இன்கார்பரேட் பண்ணியிருக்கீங்களான்னு கேட்குறேன்.
இல்லை மேம், அந்த மாதிரி இல்லை. பட் ஒரு 2-3 சப்ஜெக்ட்ஸ் வந்து they told என்னோட அதாவது பாஸ்ட் ஒர்க்ல இருந்து ஏன் ரிலீவ் ஆனீங்க அப்படின்னு கேட்டப்போ they said மேனேஜர் வாஸ் நாட் குட் டு மீ. அவங்க வந்து எம்பத்தட்டிக்கா இல்லை அந்த மாதிரி சொல்லிட்டு வந்தாங்க.
Then it will be a negative, right?
Yes. But I just only took the positive side. I want to complete this.
பட் அப்போ அது ப்ராப்பரான இது இல்லை. உனக்கு என்ன வேணுமோ நீ அதை மட்டும் எடுத்துட்டு உண்மை என்னவோ அது விட்ட மாதிரி ஆயிடுச்சுல.
லிமிடேஷன்ஸ்ல அது போட்டேன்.
தெரியாம வந்ததுன்னா ஓகேடா, நீங்க தெரிஞ்சு அதை வேணான்னு விட்டுறீங்க, அப்படிதானே?
இல்லை மேம், தெரிஞ்சு நான் விடலை. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் நான் பாசிட்டிவ் பண்ணிட்டேன். அது இன்னும் வந்து ரிசர்ச் முடியாததுனால
ஓகே, யூ ஆர் yet to add all the components, correct? ஓகே. சரி, என்னென்ன ஆக்குபேஷன்ல இருந்து எடுத்தீங்க?
மோஸ்ட்லி வந்து டீச்சிங் ப்ரொஃபஷன்ஸ்ல இருந்து எடுத்தேன் மேம். தென் ஐடி, நான் இன்னும் ஐடி போகல. இந்த பேக் எண்ட் ஒர்க்கர்ஸ் இருப்பாங்கல்ல, அவங்க கிட்ட இருந்து நிறைய ஒரு 13 கிட்ட எடுத்திருந்தேன்.
பேக் எண்ட் ஒர்க்கர்ஸ் இந்த சென்ஸ்
இப்போ வந்து ஒரு ஆர்கனைசேஷன்ல பேக் எண்ட் டீம்ஸ் இருப்பாங்கல்ல, லைக் டேட்டா அனலைசிஸ்லயும் அவங்க கிட்ட இருந்து எடுத்தேன். அண்ட் டேகிங் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்ஸ், பிகாஸ் ஐ எம் ஸோ ரிலேட்டட் இன் டு தட் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட், மை ஃபேமிலி வாஸ் ரிலேட்டட் டு தட். அதனால அங்கேருந்து கொஞ்சம் எடுத்தேன் மேம். லைக் டேகிங் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்ஸ் அண்ட் ஹெச்ஓடிஸ் அவங்க கீழே இருப்பாங்கல்ல. இப்போ ஒரு ஆர்கனைசேஷனில் ஹெட்டுக்கு கீழே இருக்கவங்க கிட்ட இருந்து மட்டும் நாட் ஹெச்ஓடி அந்த மாதிரி நான் டேரெக்டாக அவங்க கிட்ட போகாமல் எம்ப்ளாயீஸ் கிட்ட இருந்து மட்டும் எடுத்தேன், அவங்களுக்கு கீழே இருக்கேன்.
ஓகே,
தேங்க்யூ.
So I hope we had a great session today. We'll all meet tomorrow by 9 a.m. for the second day of National Conference on Interdisciplinary Approaches in Behavioral Sciences. Thank you for all the supporting team members and thank you for organizers. Thank you all.
வைண்ட் அப் பண்ணலாமா? என்ன ப்ராப்ளம்? ஐயோ ப்ளீஸ் சொல்லுங்களேன் அவங்கள்ட்ட.